Uh, yeah, man, that's probably what happened. mm. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we practice DEI. Mm. Shout out to everybody watching on Rumble, man. Listen, man, I'm not even gonna lie, man. I feel terrible for these guys, man. I feel terrible for these guys, man, stuck at the bottom of the ocean. If they're still alive or if they were alive for any period of time longer than a second, I feel terrible for these guys, man. I mean, I feel terrible for these guys, man. Mm, I feel terrible for these guys. Now, the owner, the owner of it, the one who I don't want 50-year-old white guys. Him, I mean, you still feel sorry for him because he's a human being. He made a terrible decision, a terrible mistake, just a fucking huge mistake. And he's paying for it. Let's not forget that guy's paying for his mistake. He didn't get away with it. That guy didn't get away with it. Okay? Yeah, that guy did not get away with that mistake. Um, let's get into it, man. Salute. Make sure you take the $5 challenge, man. Let's start the $5 challenge tonight, man. We bring you this news, man, around the world, man.
The frantic search becoming more urgent tonight for those 5 people missing on a submersible that was heading thousands of feet down in the Atlantic. to view the wreckage of the Titanic. By most accounts at this hour, they have about 8 hours of oxygen left. Underwater noises have been detected. It could be coming from the lost sub, but crews just don't know for sure. They're up against the clock as they search an area now twice the size of Connecticut and more than 2 miles deep.
Yesterday, a Canadian P3 detected underwater noises in the search area. As a result, ROV operations were relocated in an attempt to explore the origin of the noises. Although the ROV searches have yielded negative results, they continue. Additionally, the data from the P3 aircraft has been shared with our U.S. Navy experts for further analysis, which will be considered in future search plans. We hope that when we're able to get additional ROVs, which will be there in the morning, the intent will be to continue to search in those areas where the noises were detected.
The missing OceanGate submersible, called the Titan, cost about $250,000 a seat, lost contact Sunday with its support ship Polar Prince about 2 hours into its dive to see the Titanic. Despite the expanding search area and decreasing amount of time and oxygen, the U.S. Coast Guard still holds out hope, as does the company that owns the Titan support ship.
The equipment that's been mobilized for this is the finest in the world, the most capable in the world. We have to hold out hope. I think, as you're aware, there's still life support available on the submersible, and we'll continue to hold out hope until the very end.
The Polar Prince, which has been supporting Titanic expeditions for years, is out in the Atlantic Ocean, helping in the search operation, along with several other ships from Canada, France, Bahamas, and more expected to arrive tonight through tomorrow morning. And here's what I don't quite get, all right? Additional remotely operated vehicles with more depth capacity are coming tomorrow. But is that for recovery? Life support on the vessel likely ends tomorrow, and a U.S. Navy crane that can bring up items from as deep as 20,000 feet is in St. John's, but apparently there's no ship to place it on, according to ABC News. And apparently...
Yeah, because our ships are doing other things like defending our country from enemies, foreign and domestic, man. No amount of money can save you when you're at the 2 miles below in the ocean in a goddamn a fucking bobsled. There's nothing that can save you, man. I feel bad for those guys, man. God, man. You ever been on a plane with like a rumbling? Press 1 if you ever been on a plane with mild turbulence. And you're fucking 30,000 feet in the sky. And the plane's experiencing some kind of turbulence. Just shaking. Like, come on, man. I mean, like, you just praying, like, just land this fucking thing, man, already. We've all been there where you just like, oh, fuck, Lord Jesus. Lord, if you just, I'll never get on another plane again. Lord, please just get this on the ground, man. Land this plane, Lord Jesus. I mean, that's why it's just so reprehensible that we're going to get into Black Twitter in a minute, man. We're going to get into Black Twitter in a minute. And listen, I get it. Like, some of their jokes to be had. But the fact that it was trending today, like, it was like a thing today, if you were on Twitter today, clowning these guys. It's just sad, man. The inability to have reflection, thoughtfulness. something that leads to high murder rates in certain areas, man. And I'm not saying that there's not no quips or anything about to be had about this stuff. I'm not saying we're not gonna have a good time tonight. It's just interesting that like a whole entire community, like all of them thought it was funny. That's all.
It's going to be days before that can happen. 5 people are on the vessel when contact was lost. British private plane company owner and billionaire Hamish Harding, British businessman Shahzada Dawood and his 19-year-old son, former French Navy diver Paul-Henri Nargeolet, and OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush, who is piloting the Titan. These individuals also have limited rations of food and water on the submersible. Joining me now, Captain David Marquet, retired U.S. Navy captain and former nuclear submarine commander. Thanks so much for coming back on the show. Appreciate it. All right, so talk to me about my question about these vehicles and the cranes that are coming tomorrow and later in the week. I mean, is that for rescue or recovery?
I think at least one of them is for rescue. We saw 3 large C-17s, U.S. Air Force markings arrive in Canada, and they unloaded a bunch of heavy equipment with cables. The Navy has a couple systems that could lift it up off the bottom. One might be there's a cable system, and we temporarily mounted on the back of a ship. That ship was loaded and was heading out as of midnight last night. And they're also these are sort of large industrial ROVs. Maybe they could grapple and hang on to it, and then sort of piggyback the other submarine. I'm not sure which system they have there, but it looks like they have the system, and it will be there in time. The key is we got to find them first.
Right. I want to play you a piece of sound from the Captain Jamie Frederick from the 1st Coast Guard Direct Response, who's coordinating this. And again, he's talking about additional assets they're going to be getting in the next 24 to 48 hours. But I want you to talk about what that means. Let's listen.
This is an incredibly complex search operation requiring both surface and subsurface elements, and our unified approach is critical.
Nothing but 50-year-old white men. 1, 2, 3, 4. This rescue operation is rescue operation. Every member of this rescue operation is a 50-year-old white man. Man, can't we get some diversity, man? Why you ain't call me, man? Why you ain't call me, man? Goddamn racist. Where's the diversity, man? Where's the diversity? Oh, so what y'all saying is black people don't know how to find people 2 miles underneath the ocean? Is that what y'all saying? Are y'all really saying that black people can't find somebody? Can't find a submarine 2 miles underneath the ocean? Maybe that's why Gene Hackman punched Denzel Washington in Hunt for Red October. See, it's all coming full circle now, right? Press 1 if you remember when Gene Hackman punched Denzel Washington in Hunt for Red October. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I ain't forget that shit, man. No, was it? It was Crimson Tide. No, Crimson Tide. My bad, y'all. My bad, y'all. Crimson Tide. Crimson Tide. It was Crimson Tide, man. When Gene Hackman punched Denzel, man. When they was on that submarine. God damn it. We ain't forget that shit. You ain't had to punch Denzel. Salute to Dave, man. Cash App, man. Make sure y'all take that $5 challenge, man. Yeah, man. He ain't had to punch Denzel. Oh, he slapped him? Yeah, he ain't had to slap the shit out of Denzel. Why you slap the shit out of Denzel, Gene? On that submarine, man. That shit was wrong, man. And now y'all won't let us be part of y'all recovery. Nothing has changed in this country. Nothing has changed in this country in 400 years.
About what that means. Let's listen.
This is an incredibly complex search operation requiring both surface and subsurface elements, and our unified approach is critical. The location of the search, 900 miles east of Cape Cod and 400 miles southeast of St. John's, makes it exceptionally difficult to mobilize large amounts of equipment quickly. In spite of those challenges, we've been able to provide continuous air and surface search assets, as well as additional ROV capability to search below the surface. We currently have 5 surface assets searching for the Titan, and we expect 10 total surface assets to search in the next 24 to 48 hours.
And so when he says we expect 10 total surface assets in the next 24 to 48 hours, does that mean they don't have them now and they're going to have them, or this is the process that's ongoing?
I think it means they're in the Atlantic Ocean driving there and they haven't arrived yet.
Yeah. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Cyclops 2 is pretty much invulnerable.
By the time we're done testing it, I believe it's pretty much invulnerable.
And that's pretty much what they said about the Titanic.
That's right. And I will go on all the first dives, put my money where my mouth is.
That was OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush doubling down in 2017 that his submersible, a version before the one that's currently missing, was basically invulnerable. But Rush has essentially put his money where his mouth is, since he is now on the missing sub, the Titan. Safety concerns, though, have plagued the Titan sub for years. On a trip last summer, the Titan lost communication with its mothership for 2.5 hours, which was documented in a CBS morning show segment. Back in 2018, OceanGate fired former employee David Lockridge after he said he raised concerns about the safety of the Titan. He said he advised the company to do more testing on the vessel's hull. Lockridge saying in court documents the paying passengers would not be aware and would not be informed on this experimental design, the lack of non-destructive testing of the hull, or that hazardous flammable materials were being used within the submersible. His comments coming in response to OceanGate's lawsuit against him, claiming he breached his employment contract by disclosing confidential information to OSHA when he filed a whistleblower complaint with the agency. Now, we are also learning that it's likely OceanGate didn't even have insurance for the Titan vessel. A chartered marine scientist telling News Nation the leading insurer in the underwater and marine tech industry, quote, wouldn't touch OceanGate with a barge pole and refused to insure them. He also believes that 4 to 5 other top marine insurance companies refused to insure OceanGate. Now, as we mentioned, the search continues tonight for the 5 missing, including a father and son, and British billionaire Hamish Harding. Joining me now is Harding's friend, Chris Brown, who had paid to go on the mission with Harding, but
That ain't Chris Brown. You a goddamn liar, man. Speaking of slapping people, but that ain't Chris Brown. Why they always try to bring Chris Brown and everything, man?
Is Harding's friend, Chris Brown, who had paid to go on the mission with Harding, but backed out due to safety concerns. Thanks so much for coming on the program. Appreciate it. So talk to us about exactly why you decided not to go on the mission.
Yeah, first, a slight correction. It wouldn't have been on this exact dive necessarily. I just paid to go on a very similar dive. It was back in 2017 as one of the earlier investors in the program with the scientific view of going down and doing a 3D scan of the Titanic. They set different milestones where your deposit ramped up. So if they hit the first milestone, you paid more in a deposit. They constantly missed those milestones. They weren't hitting the depths that they were supposed to be doing, which was the first alert in my direction. Secondly, when they were doing some testing out in the Bahamas, I was aware of them using like industrial piping, scaffolding type stuff as a ballast, which I thought was a bit amateurish. They made a bit of a play on the controller, which sounded like fun, but I did think, well, surely you could have developed something a bit more professional. And then as time went by and they missed more and more depths, by the end of November 2018, I started pressing them on certification. And it became evident that not only did they not have certification, they weren't going to try and even get certification for going down to 3,800 meters once, let alone several times. And at that point, I thought,
okay, that's another 50-year-old white man. All these 50-year-old white men, man.
I want to play a piece of sound from Stockton Rush because he talked about some of the safety issues and why he didn't think it was that dangerous. This is number 3.
I don't think it's very dangerous. If you look at submersible activity over the last 3 decades, there hasn't even been a major injury, let alone a fatality. What worries us is not once you're underwater. What worries me is when I'm getting you there, when you're on the ship in icy states with big doors that can crush your hands and people who may not have the best balance who fall down, bang their head. That's to me the dangerous part. Mm-hmm. But the scary part for most people is, going down to 6,000 PSI.
When you were talking to them about going on the vessel, is that what they said to you about the safety concerns? That, look, we're not really worried about the big picture stuff. We're really more worried about smaller injuries?
We didn't get into that detail, discussion on the risks and dangers, purely because it hadn't progressed that far. I think my opinion on the risks and dangers are the complete opposite. I think moving around the mothership would be relatively safe compared to being in an experimental vessel going down to 3,800 meters. It's very deep.
Did they make it clear it's experimental? Because, we've had a number of people on who have been defending the company, basically saying everyone who goes on this knows how incredibly risky it is. And these are not tourists. They are explorers, they're experienced people, etc.
I'm not sure about their sales policy. I would definitely count myself as an explorer and aware of risks, probably why I pulled out. Hamish is a very experienced explorer, done lots of expeditions. He'd be aware of the risks. He took a different view on those risks.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come on the program, Chris Brown.
Pleasure. I must say, no matter whose fault or anything this is, the issue right now is we've got to save these 5 people. And our thoughts go out to the friends and family of those who are underwater.
Well said. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
One of the things that was abundantly clear was, the professionalism of the team. You guys were a well-oiled machine. The tenure of a lot of these folks, was obviously not significant. A lot of young folks coming out of school, but everybody knew their role and they executed it flawlessly. Tell me a little bit about how you guys do that.
When I started the business, one of the things you'll find, there are other sub operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology. But a 25-year-old, who's a sub pilot or
oh wow, diversity. They got a white woman, man. White woman be winning, man. White women be winning, man. They the biggest beneficiaries of diversity, man. Of affirmative action, man. White women. Don't get me wrong, black people, we get a lot out of affirmative action and all this DI stuff. We do. But the biggest winners, man, by far, are white women. Because if they did just if everything was merit-based, all these companies would be run by Asian men and white men. If it was just merit-based.
a platform operator, one of our techs, can be inspirational. And so we've really tried to get very intelligent, motivated, younger individuals involved, because we're doing things that are completely new. We're taking approaches that are used largely in the aerospace industry, is related to safety and some of the preponderance of checklists, things we do for risk assessments and things like that are more aviation related than ocean related. And we also want our team to have a variety of different background. You're going to go to the Titanic, you're going to be spending 8 days on a boat. You don't want every person to have the same experience of having been on a U.S. nuclear sub or worked for Atlanta submarine.
Wow. Too many 50-year-old white men.
When I started the business, one of the things you'll find, there are other sub operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational.
You know what, man? Since he's not really a big fan of 50-year-old white guys, man. Maybe they should send goddamn the NFAC and goddamn some violence interrupters to go find this motherfucker. Can we send Safe Streets? Can we send Safe Streets of Baltimore and violence interrupters of Milwaukee and goddamn community activists down here to fucking find these people? Since you're not a big fan of 50-year-old white guys.
To be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology.
Is this self-hatred? How come y'all white people don't do that? You call him a self-hater, man. If he was black, they'd be calling him a self-hater. Why do you hate yourself, man? Or coon. What's the white word for coon, man? What white people, what do y'all call y'all coons, man? What do y'all call y'all coons, man? Do white people have a word for coon? Democrat. Possums. I like that with possums. I like possums, man. I like possums, man. That's funny. Goddamn possum, man. Oh, salute to KFX, man. He said, I take experience over inspiration any day. Well, listen, man. There's some things where I would take inspiration over experience. Like, if I was taking a painting class, if my feet were firmly planted on the ground and my butt was firmly planted in a seat on the ground, and I was taking a painting class or a pottery class, you know, or if I was taking a writing class. But anything where I'm going down below the sea or up above the sky, give me experience, man. I'll take experience for 1,000, Alex. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Let's get to these goddamn sun words on Twitter, man. Let's get to these goddamn sun words on Twitter, man. Sebastian Kim says, Ray Lewis, son passed from potential OD. Also, I love 55-year-old gliders. They make the country run. Without them, you get mud cookies, not crumble cookies. Yeah, man, you get mud huts and mud cookies, man. Everything made out of mud, man. Mud sharks. You get mud sharks and mud cookies, man. You live in a mud hut with your mud shark, and y'all raise your beige kids on mud cookies.
This bullshit right here is the motherfucking Titan. It's a submarine to take tourists to see the Titanic. It is 22 feet long and it can hold up to 5 people. But you gotta pay the CEO $250,000 a piece, and this motherfucker was considered a fraud because these people paid this man over $200,000 to see the Titanic, and he ran off on their ass. Oh, I know a scam when I see one, cause this dude wasn't shit from the start. And look what he controlled this motherfucking with, a motherfucking Dreamcast controller. On Amazon, that bitch go for $30 and less. And it take AAA batteries, yeah, the skinny kind. And of course, only rich people can afford this shit. Now they all missing. And the Titanic is 12,500 feet deep in that motherfucker. After an hour going under, they fucking lose connection. Best believe I had a top 10 strongest thumb in the fucking world. Cause I be in that bitch pressing triangle like a motherfucker. Now them folks done paid all that damn money to go to motherfucking glove world. If I was down there, we would have been run out of oxygen. Cause the whole time, I would have been whipping dude ass. I would have been thinking about the shit that used to be here that might still be here. The Titanic sunk in the Atlantic Ocean, and these
So after all the Africans y'all threw in the ocean, y'all surprised the mermaid is black? Here's the funny thing about that, though. Here's the funny thing about that. And it's not funny, but it's interesting. That's a very nuanced issue right there. Because many ships had nets around the ship so that the slaves couldn't jump off. Because when they brought them up from the hull to exercise, many slaves would jump off because they would rather die than go back down into the hull. So when they would bring the slaves up to the deck to exercise, they had nets around the side of the ship, so they couldn't jump off the side. But also they threw over sick slaves, and they threw over slaves that they were punishing for insubordination. So it goes both ways, man. Very nuanced thing, man.
When attending Black events for the first time, white people normally experience the 5 stages of blackness. The first is confusion. Now, this confusion is normally from the misinterpretation of Black body language. This man is not angry. He's having the time of his life. That's what Black people call the stank face. It's when something is so good that it makes every other thing before that smell like shit. Damn, that's some good ass greens. Who made them greens? Now, this felonious face may appear frightening, which leads to the next phase, fear. I mean, are they fighting or having fun? Shit, I don't know. I mean, do I just stand here and wait for gunshots?
Now, this guy right here would tell you that race is a construct. Press 1. This same goddamn moon cricket would tell you that race is a construct. And tell you that the fucking bell curve is fucking racism and shit. See, when white people try to differentiate between races, they call you a goddamn white supremacist. But black people know there's differences between the races. Black people know goddamn well there's differences in the races, man. Salute. Ron G says basketball Americans are clowning the submarine situation because they had nothing to do with the idea of such a thing. Facts. We would have never got down there if we did. And because they happy to see gliders drown. Yeah, that's a great Ron G is. Ron G is woke, man. Ron G gets it, man. Ron G is on point, man. Shout out to Ron G, man. Ron G across the he's smart enough to cross the street when he see a bunch of goddamn sunwords with hoodies coming down the street.
Them greens. Now, this felonious face may appear frightening, which leads to the next phase, fear. I mean, are they fighting or having fun? Shit, I don't know. I mean, do I just stand here and wait for gunshots? Or does these fine-ass females sound like a fight is about to happen on the Friday night at Waffle House? And this is because the normal white person has a debilitating disability to discern the decibels of a black woman to determine if they are friend or foe. And countless Karens have cowered under this confusion. But fear not, the next phase is on its way. The next phase is fidelity. This is when a black person, or a cob, that's cool-ass white boy, puts their arm around the frightened foreigner and reassures them that they're okay. Bruh, stop tripping. You see all this ass in here? Chill the fuck out. And after fidelity, we have fondness. Now, this fondness can come from anywhere. The food, the funk, fat asses. But once the foreigner becomes fond of the function, then our last phase can come in. And that is fucking fun. I mean, if you're blessed to be invited to cookouts, game nights, Christmas parties, Thanksgiving dinners, birthdays, anniversaries, family reunions, I mean, just any black function in general, you will experience these 5 stages. But we, the National Institute of Geographically Gentrified Africans, will guarantee that you will have a great time.
I hate white guys with beards on TikTok. Every white guy with a beard on TikTok is fucking disappointing, man. Let's see. Hopefully this guy isn't like that other one. That other fucking guy. I forgot that other guy's name. That fucking annoying ass white dude.
What I'm getting ready to say gonna hurt some white people feelings, but it needs to be said. White people standing shoulder to shoulder with the black community, with the brown community, with the Asian community, with any community, that's the bare fucking minimum. We are not going to defeat and dismantle white supremacy simply by standing shoulder to shoulder with people. That's a necessity and we must do it. But the way we're going to defeat white supremacy is by standing face to face with our community. So you an anti-racist, now what? You're going to just say what everybody else is saying? You're going to amplify what everybody else is saying? Or are you going to become part of the solution? You understand white supremacy begins and ends in the white community. That means white people, we learned it from home. That's right. You wasn't raised around racists. You was raised by them. So stand face to face with our community, call out white supremacy at every corner, educate our community on the racism that our community don't even understand, and begin to dismantle white supremacy.
Man, Nate Ways, come get your boy, man. Where you at, Nate Ways, man? Come get your brother, man. He's tripping online again, man. Take his phone, man. Shout out to Earl W, man. Oh my God, man. God damn, basketball Americans, man. Oh my God. Black Twitter is trending because non-black people once again found out that we joke about tragedy and trauma. I need y'all to stop acting so fucking dense. Serious shit happens and we make light. A meteor will be seconds from impact and we gonna be having a key Like, move around, please. Oh my God, that's so true though. A meteor could be seconds from impact, and the black folk will be fucking tweeting jokes about it. That's very true though. That's very true, man. That's extremely true. That's very true what he's saying though. I'll give him that.
Girl, shut the fuck up. I ain't gotta explain shit to you. Girl, shut the fuck up. I ain't gotta explain shit to you. Girl, shut the fuck up. I ain't gotta
Yeah, man, leave black people alone. Let them have their jokes, man. Black Twitter is roasting billionaires for traveling in submarine made of refurbished soda cans, and I'm just over here imagining them all like, yeah, man. Shit is funny to black people, man. We think this shit is funny, man. Mm, mm, mm. Yo, what the fuck? I'm gonna have to clear a lot of shit off this computer, man. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. Don't give me the lie. I don't know what happened. But something happened. Salute to Georgia Swan, man. Georgia Swan says, hey, the lost sub was a horrible idea, but the Faroe Island tunnels are incredible. Works of gliders, undersea engineering, boomer glidermen are great. The Faroe Island tunnels? Faroe Island tunnels? I'm going to have to check that out. Faroe Island tunnels. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I was ever aware of that. I have to check that out. I have to check that out sometime, man. Yo, and listen, man. I'm not here to tell you that all sons are terrible people, man. It's just that against the canvas of Western society, we present as terrible people. That's all. We present as terrible people against the canvas, against the backdrop. Against the backdrop, man. Don't die doing some dumb shit. Black Twitter gonna roast you back to life so they can clown you some more. Yeah, man, but the problem is, man, these people ain't even dead yet, man. We don't know, man. We don't know if they dead yet, man. They in the middle of a crisis, man. The whole country should be praying for them and rooting for them, man. The whole country should be praying and rooting for these guys, man, while they're in the middle of the throes of their crisis, man. Let me drop the link, man. Make sure you take the $5 challenge, support the channel. The only channel where you can get the real, man. There's just one thing I want to say. Real, the real, the real, the real, y'all. What goes around comes back around again. There's just one thing I want to say. Copy, 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 copy. What goes around comes back around again. Come on, honey dip. Don't you try to eject slow down what you say once my joint gets a wreck. Salute to KFX. Yeah, man. Take that challenge, man. Don't be afraid, man. Oh yeah, for you gliders, man. Just so you gliders know, man. There ain't gonna be no white Twitter, man. It could be black Twitter, but white Twitter is gliders trying to culturally appropriate something. So black, so if you ever wonder, like, well, why is there a black Twitter and not a white Twitter?
There ain't even a black typewriter.
Yeah,
White Twitter sounds like a racist place.
yeah, it's definitely racist, man, and it's definitely appropriating because we came up with black Twitter first, and then y'all come up with white Twitter. So yeah, man.
It
So
might be more appropriate to say that some people find a way to corrupt everything that gliders create.
yeah, you travel a lot, right? Hot Black.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. When you're in a plane at 30,000 feet, and there's some even mild turbulence, right?
I'm pretty good with the turbulence, but I totally get what you're saying, man. And if it gets bad, absolutely. But I mean, you going up there, what choice do you have? You're resigned to your fate at that point. And
yeah, once you're
believe
up
you me,
there,
I want a 50-year-old grizzled glider male in the cockpit at that point.
yeah, and you don't want people down on the ground clowning you, right?
I don't want nobody coming over the intercom saying, we got a problem in the cockpit, y'all.
You know what? I fully trust glider innovation. I'm not worried.
Yeah, man. You travel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like it's nothing like when you in that vestibule, whatever you want to call it, vehicle or whatever you want to call it, and you're there, man. Like there's no turning back, and people who are safely on the ground are laughing and clowning and making a joke about it.
Does Black Twitter clown like airplane crashes and that kind of thing?
They clown everything. Did you see the last tweet? If you die, if they deem that you're stupid or you're a fool,
Yeah, they'll resurrect you.
yeah. If they call it stupid, like the hatred, like remember I told you, like they
I mean,
hate
considering
you.
99% of y'all can't do first aid, I find that unlikely as well.
Yeah, they hate stupid people. What they deem is stupid. You know what I'm saying? What they would deem is stupid. Said Black Twitter never take anything serious.
You know what they say, Octa? It was a funny bunch. They made everybody laugh.
Yeah, that's something that they cherish. That's something that they value. Um, it just you can tell what they value, man, and that's all right, man. I think. Let's see this. Let's see this. See what the sister got to say, man. Let's see. Drop some knowledge on us, sister.
We are being played. It matters not that a submarine is lost at sea or is imploding or oxygen is running out. None of that matters. What matters is this situation is being used to divert our attention from the fact that the White House is manipulating money, okay? And to soothe our inquiring minds, just in case we get a little distracted from what they want to distract us with, they're going to drop a movie tomorrow, okay? Titanic, sub lost at sea, so we can remember what we need to be remembering while they do what they're doing over here. All right, so check that.
What a myopic and linear way of looking at
I was
life.
gonna say, Ak, if we didn't do everything that sisters thought was a stupid idea, we'd be fucking banging rocks together still.
Yo, but just don't ask her what are they distracting us from.
Yeah, but
she's gonna give you the most insane and binary answer ever.
Yeah, they think everything is like, even the conspiracy theories that sons come up with are base and like not elaborate at all. They're just like, they're not even conspiracies. They're so base.
They're usually in effect to like cover up the sun portion of the part of, like when they were saying that what's her name, Elizabeth, that got murdered by Cleotha was hunted. Her husband hired a hitman to kill her. Right, when the obvious answer is the sun man murked her.
Yeah, exactly. It's
They want to distract you from the fact that Juneteenth was a success.
It was a bang for sure.
Oh shit! Black Twitter on Ocean Gate. Oh, they're calling it Ocean Gate now. Oh my god!
That's the name of the company, is it not?
Oh,
so that's actually kind of
okay.
clever. I feel like.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. The real tragedy here is all of the sun people affected by this.
Let me put in.
We haven't even stopped to think how some people are hurt by this whole situation.
Right. Do you know how many after school programs they could have funded with that money?
Yeah, for real. Those gliders are basically demons.
Facts. No, that's true though, man. I think that is true, man. Like how many gun buybacks we could have had, and how many fucking goddamn balloons we could have bought.
Oh God. Thank you. Everybody, relax. King Charles is asked to be kept up to date with the Ocean Gate sinking. The submarine full of rich people who chose to go explore the Titanic sinking despite being warned 3 times on page 1 that they could die. But it's crazy because a refugee boat from Libya carrying 800 people sank in the English Channel, and King Charles ain't have a damn thing to say about that, which is crazy because the only reason those refugees...
You should be celebrating that. Those is 800 fighting age men that never seen a...
Break out the bangers and mash on that one.
Yeah, they never seen a girl in a halter top and a mini skirt, man. They about to bring over 800 men that's never seen a girl in a halter top and a mini skirt, man, to your country, man. That's a dangerous guy.
People sank in the English Channel, and King Charles ain't have a damn thing to say about that, which is crazy because the only reason those refugees are fleeing Libya is because of the bombings that took place under Great Britain's former Prime Minister, David Cameron.
Right.
Maybe if those refugees paid $250,000 a piece to hop on that boat, perhaps King Charles would give a fuck. I don't know. Oh, my sincerest apologies. I almost forgot. God save the king.
God, man, you got some pretty.
Tell it, Kang.
Yo, you gliders are fucking insane, man.
The Kang.
Wow, I mean, like y'all are. at some point, gliders, like, that's why I say I question it. We need to come back and revisit IQ, man. Um, and it might not be that the statistics weren't right at the time they did the bell curve, but there has to have been a regression, and a fast regression.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case.
Talk all this shit about all the dangerous shit gliders do, and then the sister turns around and say, "Girl, that shooting ain't stopped me from going to no party. I'm definitely going to that second one."
To the cookout. But I love what you said recently. You got me thinking. Like maybe for the gliders, there's no middle ground. Maybe it's 0 or 100. Maybe it's this or slavery.
Maybe. Well, they're trying this. Oh, there obviously is this. So there was a period of Jim Crow. I mean, you know what I'm saying? And
this poor boy, goddamn it.
Like segregation where blacks seem to be doing maybe better.
Or at least not wilding out.
Well,
I mean, I'm sure
no,
I'm sure they were still killing each other. That's impossible.
not
But not at
better,
this rate.
not better, but gliders weren't woke. Like you said, they either super woke or slavery. And it's
Oh, and they were very aggressive too, right? Like they were like physically hostile, right?
yeah, Jim Crow. Well, I mean, oh shit.
Man, shit ain't got serious, man.
Yeah, Jim Crow was kind of like Jim Crow was kind of the midway point, where they tried that in the midway point between slavery and super wokeness.
I always remember what you said, shit. The KKK was a neighborhood watch organization.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. I mean, it wasn't the KKK. A Ku Klux Klan was not what we think it is, as far as like a group. Ku Klux Klan was like a militia, or a, like, you know how you, like, when somebody goes missing, they form a search party. Ku Klux Klans were formed.
Yeah, it's like a posse.
Yeah, it wasn't like something that was just there all the time. It was when something happened, you would form a Ku Klux Klan. Now we interpreted it as the Ku Klux Klan. It was just this thing that now once they formed these chapters in these places, many times they kept them, you know what I'm saying, alive. But yeah, originally a Ku Klux Klan, the term Ku Klux Klan was a term for a posse that was mobilized to find, Sun people that had committed egregious crimes in white areas, or to white people.
An inconceivable thought.
Yeah,
I don't know where you get that idea from.
Yeah, and that's all, like that's indisputable. That's not what I said is not controversial at all. Now, did those chapters, begin to like take on members and dues and give people names like Grand Wizards and da 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 da, and codify themselves and yada yada? Yeah, I'm sure
they kind of lost sight of the point. Seems like.
Mm-hmm. Hey, do y'all want to go down into the submarine to see the Titanic?
To the no, to the no, yeah, to the
that one's coming.
Yeah, to the no.
It always breaks my heart when I see black digital face, or what are they calling it?
Yeah, digital blackface.
Yeah, all these gliders are.
Yeah, this is digital blackface. These are gliders. Yeah, of course these are gliders climbing the thing. Yeah. But yeah, this is this is salute to salute to Deluxe 247, aka Cal Ripken, aka the real MVP, taking the challenge.
Maybe they get in the submarine if we told them there's a bunch of elderly people to rob down there.
Oh, they'll find them. These songs will find them immediately.
You can't even hide at the bottom of the ocean from the sun, man. There's an elderly, better watch out.
Maybe there's a little girl in a wheelchair who was put there by a stray bullet, and maybe you can steal her wheelchair if you go down to the submarine. You can at least get a couple.
Just have the some words shoot into the ocean and just follow the bullet, the stray bullet, and you'll
Yeah.
find
You'll find a toddler.
It says there are real cultural divides. Some black people think whites are stupid for wanting to see the ruins of the Titanic. Many whites don't understand why dressing up like a clown and calling yourself a pimp is appealing. To each his own.
Yeah, this low key flaming him there.
White people genuinely have the dumbest niche interests. Like, why are you so pressed to see the Titanic? Seriously, a grave site, documentaries and movies weren't enough for you.
I don't even want to see it in documentaries, if I could be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good on that. That's not all gliders. I ain't going to no bottom of no fucking ocean either.
Yeah, I'm cool. It said Black Twitter's like, send this motherfucker down there if you want to find that Titanic submersible. Boo Boo Tin Can with the Sega controller, they'll get the job done. Okay, well,
Carlos.
Oh man, let's see, what the hell is this? Oh God, these people are terrible people. Horrible. It says the captain of the submarine fighting for his life, finding the Titanic is video 1. Video 2 is black people watching the shit fall and making commentary. Video 3 is the ancestors asking the rich white people, why are you down here? And then respond. Let's see. That's the captain struggling to keep the ship afloat. That's hilarious.
Oh my gosh. Someone said don't run out of air. Someone
See,
said
you can run
someone
out of
said lay flat on the floor
See?
if it starts falling. Oh!
Wrong answer, forehead. Wrong answer,
Hilarious.
forehead.
And
Those two sisters were trapped in an elevator, I think.
Yeah. Hysterical. Just hysterical. And I'm sure if there was, let's just say the World Trade Center was still around, right? And there was some sisters trapped in the elevator, like on like the fucking 90th floor of the World Trade Center. And like, yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it became a story, right? Just even a local story. Like these sisters are trapped and the something with the chute is fucked up. Whereas if we can't get them out, it's gonna fall 90 stories, whatever the fuck, right? Could you imagine if white people were fucking joking about that shit? Two sisters trapped in a fucking.
Well, I mean, I think we'd have to immediately have the discussion on racial relations, right?
Yo, that would be fucking crazy.
We'd have to have that discussion before the before the discussion on who did the towers in.
Yeah, that would be, yeah.
We know we had a massive tragedy today, but there was a racist incident.
Yeah, man. I think the poll says it all. The poll says 31% of tweeters would be doxxed and or fired. 14% said it'd be a national conversation. 46% said A and B. A or B, A and B would happen at the same time. And 10% said no outrage. That 10%, man, y'all different, man. That 10% that said there would be no outrage, man.
They're trolling or they've been on their ride.
I'm still waiting for sisters to say that. Oh, sorry.
Now, salute the radio blip mode. Go ahead.
I'm still waiting for sisters to come out with they be talking all this airtime for the gliders that are under the ocean, but we ain't never get no stories about our little girls that be missing.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you know that's good.
Oh, I guarantee you it's out there. I would be shocked if it wasn't.
Oh my God, man!
I haven't seen that one yet, but
no, that's there, man. Trust me.
But are they wrong though? I mean, are they wrong?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell them even if they are. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Simply put, yeah, they're wrong as fuck.
Yeah. Whew.
Bro, people doing that shit at grocery stores need to be fucking
Yeah,
garroted.
exactly. Let me see. Let me see if that tweet is out there. Let me see if I'm sure that tweet is out there somewhere, man. The black folk complaining and they if it was black people in that submarine, they wouldn't even say that,
They'd
man.
let it on the bottom of the ocean.
Man. They wouldn't did nothing, man. Yeah, I'm sure that tweet is out there somewhere.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, well, what about all the black women going missing? Who's missing them? Like, who made them go missing?
Yeah. So, just some dude says gliders are smart. They're just too damn empathetic. Yeah, I mean, which is seen as being stupid, which incurs malice and goddamn malfeasance from black people. Like black people hate you if they think you're stupid.
But encourages the bad behavior, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I still don't know how this is more dangerous than hanging out in front of a liquor store in the state.
It's not. Statistically, it's way safer.
This is the first injury in 30 years on a submarine.
Probably 10 some people that got killed at liquor stores today.
So it's like this is extremely safe compared to anything you do. Compared to going to a sunscreen, compared to making a TikTok video in your bedroom, compared to playing Sega Genesis in your bedroom.
Right. Driving through.
Yeah. It says okay, so it says Black Twitter is trending because we're going through different stages of because why over those people in the Titanic submersible who could have achieved the same goal from their living rooms in a little surround sound. God, dog. So this is the stages, man, black folk are going through.
Oh shit! The chat, dude in the chat brings up a really good point. One of the only people ever rescued from the bottom of the ocean was, in fact, a sun man.
Who was that?
I can't remember his name. The African dude who got trapped in the pocket of air in his boat at the bottom of the ocean when it capsized a couple of years back.
Oh wow, I didn't hear about that one.
That's actually a pretty wild story. You might be interested if you haven't seen that before.
Okay, yeah. What's his name? Put it in the back chat, man. Yes. What's up, Brown Sugar? Why you sisters making jokes about this shit? This shit ain't funny.
No, it's not funny. I had a white woman today at work, and she was like, "Do you think they're gonna make it?" And I didn't know what she was talking about. Like, what you talking about? And she's like, "The people, they're in the submarine." And I looked at her and said, "Honey, it's in God's hands." I said, "I don't know why they went down there to begin with, anyway, to see a old ship. That was stupid." Then she kind of got upset because I said that, but it was
just walked
stupid.
right into it, though.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I hope they find them. It's sad because in the end of the day, that's somebody's dad and uncle and brother. And
what is somebody's white dad and their white uncle and their white brother?
Okay, they still a human being.
Okay.
I see humanity in people. You know they're right.
Okay, just checking. Salute to Kerry Thomas. He says that dude is special. The country that's on the other side of the English Channel is France, not Libya. So what were they fleeing from? Yeah. They were looking for the best white nation to go to, man. The other white nation wasn't really all that, so they went to the next white nation. Let's see. Non-black Twitter. Y'all better not be blaming Halle Bailey and Ariel for that submersible because they tried to be part of the Titanic world.
What?
Anybody who was thinking about
That's
that?
I don't get that.
The black girl that was in Little Mermaid. They still talking about that.
They didn't let that go.
Yeah.
She done got paid very well from that movie. Let it go.
Yeah, and the movie hasn't really gotten paid very well either. They didn't make any money off of
I went
that.
to the movies. It was okay.
Did you fight, or were there fights there when you went to the movies?
No, it was children in the movie theater. Why would it be fights in the movie theater?
Yeah, that's right. And then black people never fight in front of children.
Yeah,
Man, I was gonna
most
say.
people would
I
say
don't
that,
live
but we hear
around a
no.
lot of black people anymore.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, that yeah. Other
Yeah,
than that, though,
there's pretty much the crux of the issue for you, brown sugar.
But the black people that I do live around, they're very civilized, and
Yeah, nobody here is saying that that's not the case.
yeah, they act like regular American people. I don't
I
know.
prefer the ones that fight in front of children. For the record.
Yeah, man. Let's see what else is going on, man. These black people think this shit is fun. Let's see if there's any late breaking news, man, because there actually there is a chance. They said that what they said that what it doesn't run out until
They'll be out by sometime tomorrow.
okay, they'll be out of okay.
Breathable
Let's see.
oxygen.
If they die, that's still like a horrible death.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they died. I mean, well, that sounds.
They're running out of
but-
oxygen. They have no heat. I mean, there's a lot of things moving against them right now.
It's gonna be a very quick death. Death is quick. Within
I
a
mean,
second, you right there in front of God.
I mean, at the way that they're at right now, they probably want to die. It's
Yeah.
probably fucked up in there.
Yeah, I mean, just think about it. You got to, in fact, the last 5 days, man, I've shitted probably 8 times, man. But I've been eating a lot. So if I hadn't eaten anything, I probably would, let's just say, cut that in half, shit 4 times. So yeah, 5 people times 4 shits. And I've pissed probably, goddamn, 20 times in the last 5 days. Oh, yeah, let's just say 5 people, 4 shits, that's 20 shits. Let's just say 4, let's just say 5 pisses a day. Yeah, that's 25 pisses and 4 shits in that fucking.
Days they've been missing.
Huh?
How many days they've been missing?
Like 5 days.
Nah, sure, they might well go and get their funeral together.
Yeah, man. Could you be being down there and somebody just fart inside of that fucking thing? I mean, that thing is so small. It's like a minivan.
Oh, I put the thing in the chat. It's got the video from when they found the guy under the boat in the ocean. So
If you
put it in the back?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're about to die, I think you could give a flying flip if someone fart in your face. They could fart in your mouth. You're not gonna care. You about to die.
Oh shit, they doing booty head down there in fucking Tug,
No,
man?
They probably is.
Oh shit, man. Let me try this. I'll put this on my bucket list, man. Booty head was on my bucket list.
They
Man.
ain't chaotic down there.
Who wanna get this off their bucket list, man?
Coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern time, we do expect to get an update here from the U.S. Coast Guard. That's in just about 30 minutes. And that is about the latest on the search for that missing submersible carrying 5 people to the wreckage of the Titanic. A Canadian military surveillance aircraft detected underwater noises amid the search. Now, the Coast Guard not specifying what it believes the noises could be, but no question here, there is a lot of speculation. Ashley Webster with Fox Business has been following this story and joins us now live to talk more about all of it. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us again.
My pleasure, Josh.
So initially, we did hear about the noise that was heard overnight. What do we know about that, and what is the latest overall?
Well, you talked about speculation. There were reports earlier today that there was a sort of banging sound. 18-year-old son, Suleiman, they're British citizens. He went to school in the UK, and I think he actually went to, I'm talking about the father now, went to a university in the United States. Also on board is 58-year-old Hamish Harding. He's a very successful billionaire businessman who has spent the recent years doing these adventurous things. He was on the Jeff Bezos's Blue Origin rocket. He paid.
Okay, so that lets me know that this guy, this was the first. See, nobody's on those fucking spaceships when they.
Oh my God, don't start.
No, I'm telling you, nobody's on them. They just blast that thing into the fucking sky, then it falls down into an ocean somewhere.
Whatever they were doing, it was safer than being at the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, this was the first real thing he did. There's no listen.
It got
There's
real.
there's nobody on those fucking spaceships when they blast off.
The ocean is scary. Like, you don't know what's in there. No one, I mean, you talking about sea creatures, mermaids. I believe mermaids exist. I don't know. Maybe it's the
mermaids.
Mermaids, yes.
Like meerkats or mermaids, like
Shut
meerkats.
like a meter maid.
Yeah, I get some of my nerves. The
Mermaids.
mermaids. What
Stop
you
getting
call
on
them?
her nerves, yo.
Like
Mermaids.
No, not like Murray. Like you say Murray, Bill Murray. Say Bill Murray.
Bill Murray.
Oh God.
Paid for that because these tickets are immensely expensive. But he's an adventurer. He's been boasting that he was in the Guinness Book of World Records for 3 separate things. So the fact that he was on board is no big surprise, despite the $250,000 ticket price. Also on board is a French explorer.
Yeah, somebody said like murder.
That just tickled your soul, didn't it?
In his 70s, someone who was in the Navy, the French Navy. When he retired, he became somewhat.
Like the difference between this and space travel is like this shit is real. Like space travel, nothing ever happens because nobody's on the fucking thing. It's just a big fucking sham. This really happens. So yeah, you fucked up, man, in the game, man, when you doing this shit, man. Unfortunately,
so he's just claiming he went to space for the cloud, or how much does that cost you?
Well, not clout, but it's part of all this bullshit. I just think that it's listen, man. What's the name of that thing what's the name of that Jeff Bezos, Elon's thing where he sends people into space?
SpaceX?
No, the name of the
It's like Starship or something or whatever. The craft
itself.
Starlink. Yeah. What's the name of that? The craft, man.
Starlink or SpaceX?
What's the name of that craft, man?
I don't know. They have like names for the rocket, names for the capsule. They have names for like all the different shit. So.
Okay. Here we go.
Yo, but I would use it as a flex for this whole icebreaker.
Another chapter in space history in this country, and along for this ride, one Michael Strahan. Yes, Blue Origin. That rocket blasted off, going to the edge of space.
So, you don't think that's real?
Hell no. Michael Strahan played the NFL all those years, and then magically became like the biggest media. Like no athlete has ever had a come up like Michael Strahan, and he gonna fucking just on a whim put himself into a fucking rocket full of fucking jet fuel with one fucking piece. Like if there's the little piece that covers up the bottom of this, if that shit falls off, the whole fucking thing explodes.
Members on board, and among them, one we know so well around here, our friend, our family, our colleague, Michael Strahan.
You know how they do this? They rapid descent in a plane can mimic G-forces, zero gravity. So zero gravity can be mimicked by rapidly descent.
The other day you said gravity is like wasn't even a thing.
They call zero gravity. I didn't say gravity wasn't a thing. I said it was a theory.
Enough.
Gravity's a theory. I didn't say it wasn't a thing. It you can't quantify it, so it's a theory.
Yeah, and Amy Robach here with us now. We watched this together. I had a different seat than you did.
Look
You were
how
right.
much fun. Remember I told you they're always having fucking fun up there? Listen, when you're on a plane, nobody's smiling. When you're on a fucking plane, the only people having a good time are fucking kids that are too fucking small to even know what's going on. All the adults are sitting there like this, or working or reading, but they're fucking quiet. Yet you fucking just get blasted into the orbit, fucking a gazillion miles in the sky, and you're fucking allegedly orbiting the fucking globe. And
I don't think there's any turbulence at this point, though. I think.
I think you're saying they're a little too relaxed. to
A
be
little too.
This does
They-
look
they
goofy.
too-
I'll give you that
they
much.
too relaxed to be out off the planet
A,
in the middle of nowhere.
do you travel, Brown Sugar?
Yeah, I travel by car. The
Do you
last time I
travel by
was on
plane?
a plane was years ago when I went to Mexico.
Okay, right. So when you were on that plane, was there a lot of people just, laughing and giggling? It's so fun.
No, nobody on that plane. But I went to
Oh,
sleep. It was just me and
okay.
a few people. It wasn't many
Oh,
people
you
on that
on a
plane.
private jet?
Huh?
Private jet.
Nah, it was just a big ass plane. I guess didn't nobody want to go to Mexico that day.
Okay. But you know what I'm saying, though, right? Like,
Yeah, we was just sleep, quiet. I mean, no one was all happy. I was
yeah,
scared.
right. Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Blue
look,
Origin, that
this is my
rocket
thing. I
blasted
said
off
it
going to the
earlier.
edge.
I
I
was
said it
scared of
earlier.
Mexico.
I'll say it again. I have full confidence in glider innovation.
Okay, and
I,
that's
I,
fine. I do too. It's just that I don't believe in this glider innovation.
Edge of space with 6 crew members on board, and among them, one we know so
So
well around
explain
here, our
that.
friend, our family.
This is all horseshit. They had to get to the fucking moon in 1969 because President Kennedy said we're going to get to space by the end of the decade. And then the Russians and shit and all this shit, they were at war trying to see who was going to get to space first. And they fucking faked it to beat the Russians. And once they faked it, everything from the it's like if you tell a lie first. It's like, for instance, if I say, I'm from fucking Baltimore, right? If I started this journey with y'all and I said I was from fucking Baltimore, now I gotta tell everything, gotta be a fucking lie. Like if you ever see a picture of me in DC or somebody, or you ever see, what I'm saying, I gotta fucking lie about everything to make sure to go with the original lie that I'm from Baltimore. I can't just lie about Baltimore and then be like, yeah, man, I went to fucking Martin Luther King High School in fucking Northeast DC. No, I gotta fucking lie about some school I went to in Baltimore. I can't, everything gotta go with the fucking lie.
Our colleague Michael Strahan, Amy Robach, here with us now. We watched this together. I
guess
had a different seat than you did. You were right there in the desert.
Listen to what this woman says. They're at a gazillion feet in the sky.
Friend, our family, our colleague Michael Strahan, Amy Robach, here with us now. We watched this together. I had a different seat than you did. You were right there in the desert.
This is so much fun. No, get the fuck out of here. Yo, what the fuck? This is goofy, man.
To watch this thing take off on Saturday.
Certainly was. It was an incredible moment for me. Even more momentous, of course, for Michael Strahan. And yes, it brought a whole new meaning to the word touchdown. I went there for our friend Stray. When we asked him about his trip, he said it's almost like an out-of-body experience. Michael, along with his 5 fellow crew members, blasting off into space Saturday morning on
take a shit or a piss. Does the shit float, or the shit just goes down? And does the water in the toilet float? Everything floats, right?
As far as I understand, the water floats. Yeah.
Everything floats. Everything floats.
I think they wear diapers.
Yeah. Okay. But you know what? My daughter wears diapers, and guess what? Guess what? You gotta change those motherfuckers at least 3 or 4, 8 times a day with little kids. But you would have to change those motherfuckers, right? We're all the fucking floating wet wipes, man.
off into space Saturday morning on the new Shepard capsule beyond the
Michael Strahan got in that big fucking metal dick and fucking jerked off in the fucking sky. Listen,
You so stupid.
nobody fucking living a great life like Michael Strahan will get into this in fucking, because you remember, there's been a gazillion flights, right? There's been a gazillion flights. They fucking trial and error. They've worked out the kinks in air travel. Air travel, there's 3,000 planes over the continental United States at all times. So every second of the day, there's at least 3,000 planes over the continental U.S. airspace, let alone the world. So air travel has been fucking studied. The kinks have been worked out. Everything. This is like the second time they fucking shot this metal dick into the fucking sky. And if Michael Strahan's gonna be on the second one.
62-mile-high Kármán line, marking the edge of space.
This is so much fun.
Back on Earth, I spent the morning reporting live from Blue Origin Launch Site 1 with my fellow ABC colleagues.
There was nothing, I imagine, quite like experiencing a rocket blast off here on Earth.
Thrilled yet full of nerves watching it all unfold.
And Robach, this is, yes, we are covering an event, but this is a friend of ours.
For Michael, it was like game day, feeling upbeat.
So no one's afraid that they're gonna lose Michael Strahan. Like, hey, Mike, man, you know this.
Black Twitter ain't clowning him for this.
This the second time
Exactly. That's a good point. Now, why Black Twitter didn't clown
because Black
this
Twitter
black
likes to
man
clown
for
white
going
people
out of
more.
space?
Yeah, but here's the thing. I think Black Twitter would have to wait for something to go bad. This doesn't get on their radar because nothing's going bad yet. But here's the thing. Why are the people who love Michael Strahan, why don't they have an expose with his wife? Like, I was so afraid. Why is his wife and kids not like, I'm just hoping everything goes well.
They can't scare the people off. They want to make money off of this in the future.
Yeah, but listen, man.
That's definitely true. I think that there's a lot of truth to that. They probably have to like represent Blue or whatever the company is in a certain light and not, have too much negative coverage on it and that kind of thing.
I'm sure when he become an old man and write his book, he'll put how scared
Brown
he was.
Sugar, you're a wife, Brown Sugar.
Yes, I am.
Let's just say Mr. Sugar, he's decided to go do this, right?
Yeah.
He said, honey, baby, I want to go get in the fucking metal dick and fucking skyrocket myself into fucking space. What are you telling Mr. Sugar?
How much they gonna pay you?
Okay, he's doing it for free.
Hell no.
Okay, he's doing it for fucking $1 million.
I mean, as long as he come back.
No, but I'm
that's
saying
not
like
guaranteed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, I wouldn't want him to do it.
You wouldn't be like the day he got into that big metal dick. You wouldn't be on pins and needles.
I wouldn't want him to do it. To be honest, I'd be afraid that it could explode or.
What about this hanging out in Memphis?
You say what?
I think it might be more dangerous just to go to the convenience store in Memphis than take a ride on a rocket to
because you actually go to the convenience store. In this one, you like it would be it would be same as like not going to the convenience store in Memphis and telling somebody you did go to the convenience store. Salute to Tosh. He said banging sound has to be Morse code. Sons don't know what that means.
He spelled Morse code wrong, though, so I'm a little suspect on that.
Exactly, man. It's more Morse, man. But good try, man. Salute to GG Ryder, man. He says I was clowning about crashing on First Flight Bahamas. Ak is Top Gun, real Air Force fighter jets. Those go very high up into the atmosphere. Pilots need oxygen. Jets need some air to fly. Jets can't fly past the atmosphere. Okay, I got that, Gigi. I understand, man. I got all that. But let's just see Michael Strahan, one of the top fucking guys in fucking media, is about to just get on this experiment. You talk about experimental fucking drug. Y'all wouldn't even take this experimental vaccine. This is an experimental vaccine. You talk about experimental.
I wouldn't even ride a brand new roller coaster.
Yeah.
Ready to embark on an out-of-this-world journey.
I actually feel confident and calm.
Can I get my props now? There's no fucking way.
And why he ain't showed the outside of space with his phone?
Right. That too. But that too. But come on. Wicked. I know you believe in the white man and shit. But come on, Wicked. Come on.
Well,
Wicked.
that was a good point Brown Sugar just made, but I do like that point.
He's landing on thick. Well, Wiki, would you at least quickly just one? Would you say he's landing on thick?
Yeah, I can hear that.
What I'll tell you is, I believe they may fake Michael Strahan go into space, but other things are probably real. That's what I
Okay,
believe.
so you at least admit that this guy didn't go into fucking space. So
Well, yeah,
but
like,
okay,
because the stakes are not high here. Like, are we
okay,
really needing to send Michael Strahan to space? No. So
no, right, but they didn't just send Michael Strahan into space. So if you think they faked Michael Strahan in space, you're also saying
I'm not
they
even
faked
saying
it.
that they faked it, Doc. I'm just saying that
No, but if you're
I'm open to the
willing
fact that
to
that's a
consider,
possibility.
if you're willing to consider a possibility they fake sending Michael Strahan into space, you're willing to consider that they fake sending all these other astronauts into space because they're up there with him. Let me move along.
In line, marking the edge of space.
This is so much fun.
Back on Earth, I spent the morning reporting live from Blue Origin Launch Site 1 with my fellow ABC colleagues.
There was nothing, I imagine, quite like experiencing a rocket blast off here on Earth.
Thrilled yet full of nerves watching it all unfold.
And Robach, this is, yes, we are covering an event, but this is a friend of ours.
For Michael, it was like game day, feeling upbeat and ready to embark on an out-of-this-world journey.
I actually feel confident and calm, prepared to do it. It's going to be fun. It's going to be epic. I think everyone else outside is probably a lot more nervous than I am.
They're on their.
No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. You're in that fucking thing. You're more nervous than us. Trust me. On the ground, we chilling. We chilling. We don't give a fuck, Mike.
Than I am.
They're on their way.
The crew made their way to the launch pad with some cheering from friends, family, and mission control. Then up the stairs to the launch tower. All the training and practice coming down to these moments.
Astronaut Stray, how do you read me?
Stray is good.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to launch this.
They showing them in there,
Okay, let's just say, what if one thing goes wrong? Like, so it has to go high enough to be orbit, and then it floats. So before it goes to a certain height, everything falls and shit, unless it's being propelled by jets, right? But once it goes to this certain area, certain height, wherever the fuck it is, poof, then you start floating. Then you just float.
it essentially falls so fast that it continues to fall and miss the ground.
Haven't astronauts died out like in explosions doing this? People have died.
Yeah, but all that can be explained, and all those things can be explained. But
they hanging out with Tupac.
I listen, man. All I'm saying, I get that's a great point. I'm not gonna. How about this? I'll give you that. Allegedly, there were flights to Columbia, the Challenger, where there were actual astronauts on there, and they died either leaving orbit. Taking off or entering the Earth's atmosphere. I'll give you that, right? Right? No one has died out in space, though. You'll give me that, right? Right? Everyone's died entering.
I was trying to think if anybody had, but I don't think so that I know of.
Nobody's died in space. Everything we're 100%. We got a 1,000% success ratio of people surviving in space. The only people that allegedly died when we saw it on camera. Columbia entering Earth's orbit, or Challenger leaving. Okay, we got that. We're there. I'll give you your thing. You give me my thing. We're even.
Rocket.
Command engine start. 2, 1.
Michael Strahan's inside of this thing.
And why, like, black people didn't even celebrate him, like, for
got
doing
smoke
this
in the
either.
cockpit, Doc.
Yo, man, like I just don't believe Michael Strahan is inside of there. Salute to Boy Kachina. He says they murdered the Challenger and Discovery shuttle crews under the launch center. My uncle was doing flamethrower duty. He hated that job. Shout out to Boy Kachina, man. Oh shit, man. That's a lot of fucking fire, and this thing is filled with fuel, rocket fuel, and that's a fucking huge fire.
Mission Control has confirmed New
That looks totally real.
Shepard has cleared the tower.
And this guy's smiling. And these people are smiling while Michael Strahan is in his big fucking flaming dick. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. I mean, listen, man, I'm not trying
They
to
showed
convince
him
y'all.
walk and got inside the machines.
Right. And David Copperfield and fucking, what's the other guy who did the magic? It ain't hard to fucking fake some shit like that, whatever the fuck. David Copperfield made a fucking Great Wall of China disappear one time. I saw that shit. But listen, yo, listen.
Yeah, he did.
Yo, I just want to hear some people talk about how we invented spaceships. We were the first aliens.
We were. That's no joke, man. That's serious, man. Salute to Gigi Rod. He said fearless gliders become shark bait on surfboards. Yeah, I'm not saying that gliders don't have that that gene. Thank you. That gene. I'm not saying gliders are not fearless, and I'm not saying that they didn't bring the world together. They didn't traverse the oceans. They didn't fucking chart the seas. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is bullshit. Okay? This one is bullshit. That's all I'm saying.
Original 6 are getting the ride of their lives right now. They've practiced for this, and now it's really happening.
Everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. No real raw emotions. Everyone's just so elated that their friend and colleague is in this fucking thing full of rocket fuel, fucking skyrocketing into space.
They gotta sell the tickets.
No, but you can't fake certain shit. We watch games. We watch them. Some crackhead fucking gets killed by a cop in fucking Sioux Falls, South Dakota and shit, and they're all fucking on TV crying and shit.
And it's fake. It's called acting. They don't care about that man. It's ratings.
We're doing this, guys. Oh, check this out. Oh my God.
While in space posing for pictures and enjoying that breathtaking view.
Holy.
Moly.
I don't even look out the plane, the window when I'm in planes like that.
Why they won't show us the view?
In space, no one can hear you say the sun word.
Right, you get a free N-word pass in space. Right.
The first one. The first one to see the sunward in space.
But if you go,
what an achievement!
If we come back, you're in big trouble. Guys, chime in on this. Fisherman and Bobby, man.
Yeah,
like,
I'm curious.
Tracy Juice Crew thing?
Yeah, what do you think, Fisherman? I'm curious.
About what specifically?
Why is everyone so fucking happy that their fucking friend and colleague just got into a tube full of rocket fuel and fucking sparked?
Do you think this right here do you think this on the screen is fake? Like this launch with that one football player that's on the news now?
He went to space?
Yeah, this video here.
All of it is fake. All of it is.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh, Bobby. Go ahead. Chime in, Bobby.
All of it is fake, but it depends on when you're talking about the fakeness of it, what angle are you looking at it from? You can look at it from a mathematical point of view, scientific point of view, or religious point of view. Whatever angle you look at it is
Don't give us religious, just give us mathematics and science.
Mathematically, if you want to discover if this is fake or not, you just basically would have to research rockets and how far a rocket can actually go up. Now, once you do that, then you be like, well, wait a minute, we don't even have that type of rocket on Earth to get past that first atmosphere, because the rockets, the highest they have gone, it's recorded. So that's how you just get that, if you want to go the scientific route.
Okay, let me say, just some dude says donating to Ox Telescope Fund. You can see the International Space Station in the lunar landing site with a strong enough scope. Okay, then. Did someone tell you that, or did you actually see that? Because
I've seen the space station.
I've seen it. Yeah,
you've seen the space station
Yeah.
with
not with a telescope. I just saw it go over.
you can see it with the naked eye. I mean, you go up on the right night. I mean, it's accurately predicted. I've taken my fellow flat earther friend, to go see it, and he just said it was a plane, which I thought was weird because across the
Well,
horizon in like a
the
minute.
time that it's supposed to go by is so the time it's supposed to go by, people know to go look at it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying
Okay.
it. You can look at there's times that are listed online. If you go and look up in the sky, at night, generally speaking, you can see the reflected glow of it in the sky as it passes
So you
overhead
can
very
see
quickly.
The glow. but you can't
Yeah,
see
it's
it.
hauling ass too.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
if you
good.
see a light
That's
in the
pretty good.
sky,
Can you give him that? That's pretty good.
Nah. Nah.
I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that's what I observed.
I see thing. I don't have to answer that one right now because I have to digest that one. You know what I'm saying? Let me digest that one, and I'll get back to you on that one. I promise you, man. Salute to Eric S coming through once again. Ta says Morse code autocorrect don't work when you're drunk. Tupac is alive, as Dave Chappelle. Also, the industry doesn't want sun pilots. Can't trust them. Wow, I didn't know that. But how do you African countries like Ethiopia and Nigeria, they have tons of sun pilots, man. Air fucking Jamaica and shit. You get on there, it's nothing but sun pilots. I do think that yes, of course, the more likely people to be good pilots are fucking gliders and tigers. But yeah, I
They
think
got some black female pilots.
I think you can train the sun to fly a plane.
Lord have mercy.
Just more than 10 minutes after liftoff, the capsule making its way back. Oh, there it is right there. Touching down safely.
Come on, man.
See, yeah, I don't know if I'm buying all this.
Come on, man. Like, look at this shit, man. Like Michael Strahan had the fucking great day. Nothing went wrong. No. Listen, man. There's a fucking old burrito on my block every fucking day. He's working on his car. It's like he's got the popping.
That is so true. It's a Mexican in my neighborhood,
Mexican,
and he was working on his car, and I'm like, "What's wrong with it now?"
I have the same thing.
It's so weird. It's like y'all are the
Mexicans.
same in all over the world.
They got
I'm
like
that Mexican on my
cars.
block. Yeah,
They
I'm
gotta work on
that
the car.
one.
He's that Mexican.
Yeah. No, but jokes aside though, I drive with what we call un carro del año. So I have a 2023. I ain't worried about none of that.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like nothing went wrong. Everything was
looking for pictures and enjoying that breathtaking view.
Holy
moly. Just more than 10 minutes after liftoff, the capsule making its way back. Oh, there it is right there. Touching down safely back on Earth.
Yeah, just like
Yeah, they didn't really go to space. I mean, they did like a suborbital trajectory that landed them back in the near area, you know.
Yeah, but okay, let's just say whatever they did.
They took a high altitude flight.
Right. It's too risky for Michael Strahan to be up there. It's just too risky. Whatever they did. Let's just say that you're right. They didn't go to space. They just went up high. Even that on this shit that has only been done like 5 times. Let's say they blasted this thing off, this new fucking Blue Origin shit 5 times, right? Let's just say they've done that 5 times. That's not enough.
I agree, it's risky.
To work the kinks out if it is real. Salute the what do you think about that, Bobby?
I don't believe in none of it at all. You know, to me, it's just all nonsense. Even the productions when they're running these videos of how these things are coming down, a lot of these things are done through CGIs. They have used blue screens and stuff like that. So I don't believe in none of that nonsense.
Salute the laughing dog. He says, I've done crazy glider shit before, but I don't like riding planes over oceans. But the glider glitch would allow me to do rockets. Okay. Salute, Serial. Who are you? Serial, who are you? Go on once.
Oh, I've come on before on like 2021 before. I just wanted to come on to talk about the Challenger.
I wasn't doing this in 2021.
The Challenger mission. You know, in the 80s when it blew up with the teachers in it. So there's like a picture of everybody on the spaceship that died, and all of them are alive right now, except like one person. But there's pictures all over. You could look it up on Google right now. Challenger or
put it in the back chat. Put it in the back chat.
I'll put a video up right now.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have you ever watched the press conference when they got back from the moon mission?
Yeah, it's just weird because they didn't get back from the moon mission.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they went either, but I'm saying like their behavior and the way they acted was very strange.
Yeah, put that in the back chat too, man. Put that in the back chat if you
How
got
so? How was it strange?
that. Put it in the back chat so I can show.
They were answering questions very limited, and they were not happy at all, and they were all very uncomfortable, and they were avoiding questions.
Yeah, because nothing happened. Because the people were going to ask real questions and nothing happened, and it's just weird, man. KFX says the International Space Station ISS travels at an average speed of 17,227 miles.
Yeah, you can see it for like a minute as it travels over the entire visible horizon.
You
not
see
really
lights. That's not the ISS. You just see lights, and people tell
Well,
you
whatever.
it's ISS.
Look, I'm just
It's not
saying,
the
whatever
ISS.
it is, that there's something moving
The
very fast.
ISS is some like in the ocean in some pool in like Miami or something, wherever the NASA is.
Yeah, that's fast, man. It's 1,000 miles is fast. This thing is moving at 17,000 miles.
It's not in Greenland.
Have you guys seen China's Mars and Moon mission?
Oh
Did
boy,
you see that? Like
crazy.
You have to, you guys, you have to be like crazy to believe that happened.
That looks fake. This looks like some CGI stuff.
Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, this is absolutely fucking nuts that we're supposed to believe that Michael Strahan, I mean, he's slanging dick all around the industry. He fucking out of both pants legs. Yeah, he just all out of a whim got in this fucking thing. You crazy son, man. Listen, the son man out here slinging his dick all around fucking celebrities and shit. Man, you man, that son man. First of all, you will see he gonna live in a white neighborhood because you don't want to be around niggas. You won't risk dying that way. He ain't gonna do nothing to fucking ruin that.
We cannot wait for that
Oh,
door to.
yeah, he was in that. Michael Strahan was in that.
Yeah, that hit the
Touching
ground
down
hard as
safely
fuck.
back on Earth.
But we cannot wait for that door
Why
to
that ain't
open.
blow up? And why they ain't hit these cars? Why they ain't fly into the mountain? Why nothing bad happened? Why everything happened perfectly? These cars was right there. Why I landed right where the cars? How come everything just goes perfect?
Maybe they drove the cars
And
there
for us
after.
to finally see
Okay, fine, but let's just say, how come? Where's the planes? There's no flights going over here. Did they have to redirect flights around this? Why nothing bad happened?
Also, look at the amount of rockets like SpaceX puts out, and like half of them explode. But apparently this one rocket that went up with Michael Strahan doesn't.
Yeah,
everything perfect.
Man.
And then why is there no
This is
impression
like,
on the
a bunch
ground
of
from the
concrete
dirt?
logic here.
Mind you, the Earth is allegedly spinning at twice the speed of the bullet while all this is going on, by the way. And you can't tell because gravity is stopping you from knowing that this Earth is moving at twice the speed of a bullet.
Yeah, so why didn't this land in fucking China and shit?
Welcome back, guys.
Everyone's so fucking happy all the time.
And Michael Strahan is out of the capsule.
This crew now bonded by the.
God, I was scared as shit.
He didn't stumble out, and like when you get on a roller coaster and you get off, you stumbling.
Yeah, he just
This man
slammed
just
into the
walked
ground from
Yes, and
fucking
he just
space.
walked out like he was getting out the car.
Yo, nobody. Think about it like this. You got 6 people here. So that's a good sample size. Not one of them is like, whoo, get me to a toilet, man. I got the bubble guts. Nothing. Everyone's completely ecstatic when they're up there. Everyone's fucking catatonically ecstatic when they're down here. Everyone's fucking goddamn fucking just living their best life every second of this completely dangerous fucking mission on a fucking experimental craft.
And makeup is
This
still
rare
on.
monument.
Makeup and hair still did. The makeup, the hair, everything is still done, as if they just walked out of the studio.
Yeah, and nothing ever. And I'm not saying it has to crash. Something went wrong, right?
Now it's just a perfect day for them.
And Michael Strahan is out of the capsule.
This crew now bonded by this rare monumental experience.
Thank you. And you were always there for me.
Okay.
Yeah, this yeah. Kind of fake,
Getting
you know.
pinned with his astronaut wings, the final civilians to receive this honor from the FAA.
I am so proud of you. Oh my God.
You have no idea. So tell me, how do you feel right now? Do you feel different?
I feel it's surreal. Like
You just fucking cheated death. Tell us how you feel, dude. Like literally, like, listen, man. You're not. Were you scared? If you weren't scared at all, then like, yo, you're the fucking bravest guy that ever lived. What happened up there? Like, listen, man. Like, what the fuck, man? Give us some insight. Give us a nugget, motherfucker. Can we get a nugget?
You? Oh my God.
You have no idea. So tell me, how do you feel right now? Do you feel different?
I feel it's surreal. Like out of it's such almost like an out of body experience. You know, it's hard to even believe it happened, and it's
Okay. Okay. We
If
getting
you have an
closer.
out of body experience, you could experience the same thing.
But you couldn't describe it. What was the out of body experience? It was like I was going towards the light and my body was floating and people describe those out of body experiences, man.
Yeah, you're right. He didn't say anything.
His body was never there.
Proud of you? Oh my God.
You have no idea. So tell me, how do you feel right now? Do you feel different?
I feel it's surreal. Like out of it's such almost like an out of body experience. You know, it's hard to even believe it happened, and it's such the feeling of almost being completely out of control. You completely trust your life is in the hands of other people who are you deem smarter than you, know exactly what's going to happen at certain points and how to take you up.
He analytically, something like this you would describe feelings, not. He's describing something analytical about getting in a fucking torpedo and blasting off into the fucking cosmos.
And look at that outfit. Like you would think they had a little bit more protection going out of space. He looked like he going to a race car track.
Salute to Toss when he says, "My dad was a Sun pilot. They blackballed him in the States. Billionaires don't risk their life or wealth. This is all fake." Shout out to Toss, man. Thank you, Toss. There's no fucking way some Sun man who fucking any fucking celebrity chick would fucking suck his dick in a goddamn phone booth. There's no fucking way he would fucking risk that shit to fucking get in the fucking thing. There's no fucking reward.
And bring you down safely. And they couldn't have been better here. It was fantastic. But it's a crazy feeling, like the feeling of weightlessness, the feeling when the booster goes off, the rocket goes off, and it detaches, and you don't know what's up from down. Yeah. And your body just goes like this, and you take off a seatbelt. But naturally, it feels natural to move.
You're like swimming in the air.
But if you...
God.
I hate the way he talk.
This is getting dumber and dumber.
Yo, you can't lie. I'm a proponent. That's why when I watch these videos, even when we're talking about sun fuckery, you notice how people can never lie. Even when they lie, they tell the truth.
You swim, you don't go anywhere. You actually have to push off things and touch things very gently, but it feels very natural. And just see the curvature, the atmosphere, blue, the earth. It was too short.
And just to see the curvature, you do that, didn't it?
The trip was too short.
You have a new perspective.
You could see the curvature on Earth if you get to a high point.
Right.
So he did all that to see that
before you even go.
That's all he did was go to a high point.
Your family.
Hold on, listen to this. Listen, you can't lie. Remember, you cannot lie. To a discerning ear, you can never lie. And here's the thing: it's okay. Listen, I'm on here 24/7, man. you watch reality shows. You're like, oh, so you watch a reality show and you see this
I used
fucking
to
chick.
watch Flavor of Love.
Yeah, she's a fucking chick, and you're like, she's a great person. Episode 1, I love her. By episode 6, you start seeing who she really is. Listen, man, you can't lie unless you say one word. Only way you can lie is, what do you think about this? Yes or no? Anything past yes or no or I don't know, you're fucking gonna fucking reveal what you really think.
You have a new perspective.
It's transformational in the way that it's transformation in a lot of ways happens before you even go, because a lot of your family, a lot of your friends, a lot of people who, for me being a football player, all the tough talk with your boys, when you're getting ready to do something like this, then the I love yous and all the things that come out that you would not expect to hear before this trip happened, which so in a lot of ways was transformational, and my understanding of how much I love people here, how much people love me here, and my relationship in their life and their relationship in my life and the importance of it.
So important that I decided to risk it all for nothing.
For what, 5 minutes up
Yes,
there?
if they invite me, I'm going to the moon, and I'm gonna walk and talk, moonwalk for one.
You think he was
How
really
he isn't
weightless?
sick? Like he don't like people get on cruise ships and get seasick. How he ain't sick?
Yeah, I mean, it's saying Juice Crew Cut says places I don't expect Sunmen to go because they never would. Space, Antarctica, the rainforest, science, and exploration is Sunman repellent.
It was a black man that went to Antarctica.
Really?
Yeah.
You know, come on, North Pole, and Matthew Henson. He was the guy who actually was the first man to touch the North Pole, because the white guy he was the white guy got frostbit and then lost both his legs, and he was the leader of the expedition, and I think they had to like drag him up there, and the black guy who was his was part of his party was the first guy to test it. Matthew Henson, look it up. Matthew Henson. I think that's.
And it's black people in the rainforest anyway.
Oh yeah, definitely. I
So this
think he.
Juice Crew Cut, you
Yeah.
dumb.
Yeah, man.
That's a journey that I wish that as many people as possible.
Yo, Michael Strahan was in that, and that was just one of the many. Like, think about this part right here. Is the least dangerous part, because remember, he was in a fucking tube filled with rocket fuel that fucking had to be lit and fucking.
Henson said he was the first of his party to reach the North Pole, so he said he was.
Right, whatever. Okay.
Yeah.
But this is, but he was on the party. Let's just say there's a black guy on that party. Even if he was live, he was with them.
He was there, damn it.
Yeah, he was there.
He was the first pole toucher.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Did you guys also know that Sunmen were the first sombreros?
True indeed.
And the first
we the first Britos, Native Americans, Jews, Chinese,
samurai.
Yeah.
First Germans.
That's my favorite one. The samurai. That's my favorite one. Even more than the Juice Crew.
Yeah, we the first everything.
Yeah, we the first everything.
So this is. I just want you to think. This is the safest part of the trip. This is the only part of the trip that you're not in a fucking tube full of rocket fuel, or
you're not attached to a bomb.
Or a zillion miles in the sky.
I mean, you're attached to a bomb on a plane too, though. It's also got hundreds of gallons of
Right,
rocket,
but that
airplane
bomb has had a gazillion flights.
That's true.
To work out all the kinks. This has been done like 5 times allegedly.
It's a special journey that I wish that as many people as possible can go on and will go on.
And you're paving the way.
How they didn't break their
Michael sent
legs?
us a message.
And like all of us have been right, exactly. All of us have been on flights. Like we know that air travel is real because we've actually done it.
Flat earther guy that I knew that I took up and like watched the ISS thing with, he believed that you can't actually fly to the other side of the world, and that you have to. They purposefully make flights in like all kind of crazy directions because they're trying not to expose the fact that the the
Yeah,
Earth
but
is
that's
round.
different. No, that's different. He talking about like it being
Well, he
like
said
a
a lot of
part.
the same stuff that is, I'm seeing here. So
So what's the purpose of getting this one sunman out there? It's like, what was the purpose of it?
Nothing.
This morning, so take a look, everyone.
Hey everybody, hope you all are good. I will be in tomorrow. I cannot wait.
So you're gonna go to work the next day?
yeah, right.
Like you don't even miss a day of work. Yo, what the fuck? This shit is. Oh my god! Listen, man. For all you people, all you fucking globe heads, fine,
Globe
man.
tards,
I've enjoyed
ball earthers.
TJ. I cannot wait to tell you all about my trip to space and also everyone there at home. And look forward to it. It's gonna be exciting.
By the way, I asked him
Oh, hold on. She asked
what he did right before the liftoff when they were counting down. I said, "Did you pray?" He goes, "I actually was taking a nap."
He just want to go to hell.
Ha 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 ha.
It's so easy that yeah. Come on, man. Like
And the more they talk, the more it's a script.
Did you pray? No, I just want to take a nap in the middle of space with these white folks.
no, he didn't take a nap. He took a nap while it was counting down. Like the shit is not lit. You're in the tube. It's just filled with rocket fuel, and it's not lit. He was napping while they were lighting the shit to blast you off into space.
Yeah, I think you got a point. I do believe that one's fake now.
Salute
Yeah, I mean, it's Good Morning America,
Salute to Darren, man. Darren with the Cash App, man. Salute to you, bro. All right, let's just
So one thing about black folks, if you ask us, did you pray? We gonna say yes. And you telling me that black man said, "Nah, I just took a nap." That's some bull
I was a little
crap.
surprised by that. Yeah.
Maybe they're experimenting if blacks can be sent to space. And this is like
No, it's just to advance the illusion, because if you add Hispanics, black into this original lie, then it becomes a global thing. Then you have Asians perpetrating this fraud. So it's just a way to control the masses in itself.
So in the moving Hidden Figures, they said they had some sun sisters help put the hunkies up there.
Yeah,
So was that a lie?
Yeah,
the
salute,
math,
sister.
the math that got us into space.
Them gliders was like, oh shit, how are we gonna get into space?
My name is Camilo Tovacia. I am the manufacturing engineer lead for Crew Capsule in New Shepard.
My name is Sebastian Tovacia. I'm a propulsion module manufacturer engineer for
They got a fucking Obrito. They had an
We're
Obrito.
doing. I'm seeing a similarity between
I know
this and the
that's
subs.
right. I know that's right.
New Shepard.
My name is Andres Tovacia, and I'm the supply chain manager for the New Shepard program.
Like the man that's working on his car all the time in my neighborhood.
Now I'm
The longest party in space ever.
Right,
In space, they can hear your fucking music.
Right.
You can hear your music from space. It's that fucking loud.
Exactly.
You guys are being a little bit racist right now, guys.
It's a lot of bit
We're
funny.
brothers.
Think about it,
They're gonna be
man.
working on the space shuttle on the moon.
They're gonna work on that space shuttle.
Yeah, they're gonna be trying to get out of the shuttle
Forever.
when it's not even set yet, trying to work on the
And they're gonna
motherfucker.
boost the boosters off your shuttle when you're not looking.
Yeah, but this is believable though, because these people are natural builders. I'm a proponent after working at Home Depot for 8 years that in the building material and lumber and building material department, these motherfuckers, it's not nurture, it's not software. These motherfuckers are born builders. But I think that this is bullshit.
They be
that
trying to
were born
patch
in
it up with
Bogota,
plywood
Colombia,
and shit.
and we really started our love for space through exploration and curiosity for learning.
We come from a very humble beginning. My dad was the first person that went to college, and with that education, he was able to help his family.
Eventually, we ended up moving to several countries. Throughout these experiences, my father always encouraged us to learn about science, technology, mathematics.
And in the whole fucking world, 9 billion people, 3 of the people that worked on the fucking spaceship all came from the same family.
Engineering, and
Columbia.
was the source of inspiration to pursue our dreams in education.
We all work for New Shepard. My job is to interpret engineering designs and create work instructions for the propulsion module.
I'm in charge of supply chain, so I make sure that our teams have everything they need to fulfill all the missions.
How
I
does
am
that
personally
conflict of
responsible for the
interest?
manufacturing.
Like, some jobs you can't have relatives working that close together.
Yeah, it's weird.
Engineer for the crew capsule, so I make sure that all the manufacturing plans are set and just making sure that we provide a quality vehicle for our astronauts to fly.
Coming to work every day and seeing that we're sending astronauts to space is an incredible task. And a lot of what I do is to improve the conditions of our planet for my niece and nephews. It's not just about us, it's what else can we do to help the next generation out.
What the Toasia brothers' legacy will be is to open up the road to space to more communities like us in Latin.
Open up the road to space to more community. What the fuck?
There it is.
About?
America and really all over the world. Space needs
Isn't
an
like literally space is the one place where like we're just one fucking species, right? Like a Martian, you don't ask a fucking Martian if he's a fucking
because we're not really
black,
there
right?
yet. As soon as we're there in mass, you go cut your ass. We're gonna be on that racial shit.
accent. Growing up, as soon as we could walk, we were kicking the ball, playing soccer. 2 years ago, we established Space United as a soccer organization that
How
is.
do you have time to play fucking soccer? You gotta, yo, you would have this shit is so serious.
No, you gotta understand, dog. We're gonna find time to play soccer, chief, and that's not even a joke.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It's like basketball.
Space soccer.
You gotta watch you just look up China, the moon landing.
You
The
see
moon landing
China?
video.
You said China moon landing?
Yeah, look that up. It's
Yeah, they
pretty,
love soccer.
It's pretty hilarious, I gotta say.
Is this it? Which one is it?
Pick and choose one. I don't know.
Sound like my order, my Chinese order.
Mind you, the Chinese have a hard time with any engines when it comes to like sophisticated things like fighter bombers or intercontinental ballistic missiles. They actually have to go into Russia. The Russians have to build it for them. So now they can't even go. They can't get past that barrier. But all of a sudden they're in space.
They also have a Mars land video. This is worse, actually.
Yo, where's that? What you said? The video, fishermen of them coming back or from what is that?
Yeah, I mean, you can just watch like the post-flight press conference, post-moon landing press conference. Probably, it's the most somber, like sketchy shit you've ever listened to.
You talking about when a glider beam kept dropping their pen?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
What?
No, listen to me. Don't laugh at me. Ain't no joke. He came from the space and he kept dropping his ink pen because he thought it was gonna float in the air.
Oh well, I don't know. I
Yeah, I
don't
don't know
know.
that one.
Yeah, no, I don't know that. Put it in the back chat.
I ain't putting on the back shit.
You know, Buzz Aldrin said we didn't go, right? Or
Well, yeah, I already know that. But look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this shit. No one here has a cell phone. No one will have a cell phone in their pockets for another 30 years. Armstrong brought back a moon rock and gave the Swiss government. They analyzed it for insurance purposes and found it was petrified wood. It's all BS. Yeah, because I mean, right, you had to give them something. Um, salute to Juice Crew Cut. He says, "Sunmen aren't going to rainforests discovering cures and medicines. Making contact with reclusive tribes is what I meant." Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. Tigers and
What about Dr. Seaby?
yeah, but you tigers and gliders have always been known to give those people fucking smallpox and wipe them off the planet. So, like, I will say this: Sunmen wouldn't do that, but when you gliders encounter these people, and not because of anything other than like
How the
they
fuck are we
don't have
supposed to know
any
they don't
food.
have no smallpox over
Right,
there? Ain't our
right,
fault.
no doubt. No, I give you that. I give you that that wasn't nothing nefarious about it, but like you did, like you 90% of them died after first contact with you guys. Which those who survived are now a super species that are now coming back to get you.
Just like y'all did to some people. Y'all bred large some people.
Yeah, we should have never did that.
And now they come to get you.
Yep.
Just in the month of July.
You guys just about to say?
Maybe we could put sun people on the moon.
Fat Center. This is the Apollo 11 press conference. The format today will consist of a 45-minute presentation by the Apollo 11 crew, followed by question and answers. At this time, I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin. Neil?
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. We all here and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure over
These Sunmen, we would just lie. These guys are guilty about lying. They should have put some Sunmen up there.
yeah, look at that. Look at their body language in their faces.
So this
They
what
ain't
Hidden
happy at
Figures.
all.
This who Hidden Figures helped send to the moon.
Yeah, the sisters.
Them Sun Sisters.
Yeah, the Sun Sisters ain't getting credit for their part in this.
It's
They should put them
developing
sisters
and
up there.
unfolding.
Yeah,
Yeah, we went in the moon. Shit.
Child, I tell you, man.
What you trying to say? We didn't go?
If they would have sent the Sun Sisters up there, we would have got a real, like, thorough explanation about what happened.
Girl, and then we went in orbit, and I'm telling you, man.
And girl, we could see Africa, girl.
Yo, it wouldn't have been. It would have been better than the Thanksgiving sister that was like the meat, potatoes, green gravy, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they would have. Those sisters would have. Lying is. Some people don't feel bad about this shit. These guys feel bad. Now, listen, you have to also understand too what they're looking into while they're lying. Like it's a sea of fucking people out there, man. It's not like they're just lying, sitting up on the stage lying. They're staring into a sea of people, and they're just lying to them.
Have you heard the NASA scientists say that we lost the technology to do all this?
Oh, there's a video of that.
Yeah, literally a NASA scientist said We lost the technology to do this, and all of the data we had, we accidentally recorded over it.
There's a Canadian astronaut who he was like, "Oh, we taped over all the moon landing tapes."
We didn't have enough
mistakenly-
tapes, so we had to use the moon landing tapes
exactly,
to record new data.
Yeah.
I call
They ran out of
bullshit.
tissue.
All of the tapes. Yeah.
They ran out
It
of
was our
tissue. You know how that
pleasure
goes.
to have participated in one great adventure.
Let me get to the meeting.
Most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed on the spot, which may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth.
His nose so sharp.
Probably sniffing coke.
The flight, as you know, started promptly. And I think that was characteristic of all the events of the flight. The Saturn gave us one magnificent ride, both into Earth orbit and on a trajectory to the moon.
I think we can agree on one thing. These are some boring ass gliders.
Our
Gliders.
Our memory of that actually differs little from the reports that you have all heard from the.
Our memory differs little from the reports that you have all heard
from those previous Saturn V flights, and those the previous flights served us well in preparation for this flight in the boost as well as the subsequent phases. We would like to skip directly to the translunar coast phase and
was to make sure that all his landing gear were down and properly locked.
God damn, these guys are such fucking liars, man. It's just
I'm sure you could find that NASA scientist saying we lost the data. You could probably just type in like NASA scientist, we lost the data.
People in the chat got offended because I said white people are boring.
Or they and there's also a
I
video.
thought they might be offended because I said like Neil Armstrong is a boring glider or something.
No, they only get offended when I
Boring
say.
literally made this country great for a long time.
It's
I'll just give you that.
The second one, yeah, the second video.
In just a few months, NASA's space shuttle program will take its last flight. But the ABC Action News I-team uncovered a problem at NASA happening on the ground. Investigator Michael George explains tonight.
8, 7, 6.
They can. So this is how they used to do it. Think about it. They used to go like this with the shuttle. So now they don't go with the shuttle anymore because they have new technology, but they still can't do it. They could do it with this old technology, but they can't do it.
Well, they never. That was never meant to go to the moon. I mean, if that's what we're talking about.
Well, so they went to the moon on something other than this?
Yeah, something much smaller.
7, 6.
They can put a man on the moon. 1. Booster ignition. But they can't keep track of the equipment they use to do it. That's according to NASA reports obtained by the I-team. Kennedy Space Center employees report just last year, nearly $500,000 of high-tech items simply vanished.
Something's broke in the system.
Suzanne Padone works for Inventory Management Solutions. Companies hire her to keep track of their inventory and make sure nothing falls through the cracks. We showed her what we found at NASA.
It appears that there isn't really a process working year after year, and it's probably going to continually get worse.
None of the lost equipment is reported to contain classified information, but it is expensive. Like this one, a digital video recorder valued at $100,000. Here's another one, 11 radios lost. Price?
In 1969, $100,000? The hell?
$35,000. And a high-tech wave reflectometer went missing in 2008.
Well, this is 2008.
That's
This
another
isn't the video.
$18,000.
Okay, this ain't the video. Yeah, this
No.
is the video.
You have to go back. I remember what the dude looks like. You got to scroll down. I don't see it. I'll drop off and find it real quick.
But yeah, the moon rock.
Hey, this next story, right up your alley.
Yep. Just that sound.
Yeah.
2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past.
Wow, it was so exciting. If you're of a certain age, you remember this moment, watching this happen live on TV 50 years ago today. The Apollo 11 rocket blasting off from the Kennedy Space Center, carrying the first astronauts to walk on the moon.
As we mark the anniversary, another piece of history was unveiled today. Neil Armstrong's spacesuit is now on display at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, on display for the first time in more than a decade.
And as part of that mission, 50 moon rocks were brought back to Earth and handed to all 50 states. But over the last 5 decades, 2 of them have gone missing, including the one meant for New York.
Yes. Eyewitness News reporter Tim Fleischer has one man's search for space history.
Apollo 11, with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, had landed on the moon 50 years ago.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
And bounding out onto the lunar landscape, the astronauts went to work.
Rock and soil samples were to be collected.
Smaller samples were encased in lucite like this and put on special commemorative displays along with flags that went to the moon, one given to each of the 50 states.
Why is this not like in a lab being extensively studied like every day of the that's from the fucking moon and you just stuck it in this fucking lucite and fucking got it sitting on the table like a fucking paper, like a paperweight. Like they turned the moon rock into a paperweight. This is something that should be like every scientist around the world should be fucking studying this thing.
I gotta lighter thing to do.
I gotta admit, I mean, if I'm being honest, you made some pretty good points. If you ask me.
Yeah, I mean they're doing it for me. Like they made it the fucking moon rock into a paperweight.
That's marijuana in there.
On special commemorative displays along with flags that went to the moon, one given to each of the 50 states and 135 countries.
It was an honoring of the mission and the people at NASA.
Joe Guntheit, a former NASA special agent and now known as the Moon Rock Hunter, tells me he's on a mission of his own to find and document all of those state displays as part of the 50th anniversary. Sounds like a mission impossible.
He's hunting for that rock.
It's been a mission possible for
Yeah, but wouldn't the lucite that it's been in kind of like corrupt it a little bit? If I was a scientist, I would be pissed because even if you were like, here, man, you can study it now. I'd be like, yo, but you put this stuff on it, kind of
contaminated
contaminated it a little bit. Like this is the fucking moon rock, yo. What the fuck? Why you?
I think they got some more moon rocks to study.
Oh, okay. I want every single one. I want the fucking. I would have that spacesuit in fucking every fucking fiber off that spacesuit. I'd be studying that.
I mean, they did do that though.
You went to the fucking moon. Salute to
You think they gave it to the museum right away?
No, but what I'm saying is, there's so much to study, right? Because back in fucking those days, remember, not one person in that room would have a cell phone for 30 years. So now we're in a day and age where fucking 7-year-olds are walking around with cell phones, and you can talk to fucking people in China in 2 seconds. Now let's have these scientists study the shit, right?
Yo, Pepe said they should have been studying the moon crickets.
Yeah, exactly. But it just seemed like I would want these guys with this technology studying it, not it being used as the paperweight.
Sounds like a mission impossible.
It's been a mission possible for a number of years, but
I guess, man. Listen, man. You guys can continue to keep believing this stuff, man. I'm not here to like change your mind. Only thing that I'm doing is just like looking at what the stuff they're giving us, the polished, because remember, they can present us with anything. And we can assume that the stuff they're presenting us with is polished and sent through the ringer. Like if they're giving us something, they have fucking looked it over and fucking done everything. So even the stuff that they fucking filtered through their fucking system to give us about this stuff is full of fucking bullshit. Yeah, man.
Fisherman is asking to come up.
Oh, he's in the back. Oh.
Yo, I just looked up what moon cricket means. Where the fuck does that come from?
Moon cricket?
It's come from black people
Play my video, Ak.
listening.
Well, no, I saw what it means,
Or
but where the fuck does that come from?
Racist white people.
Yeah, we
Damn.
just make shit up for
play my
no
link.
reason.
Hey, I got you. This one right here? Is this it?
Yeah, that's my boy. Play my boy right there.
All right.
Over the years, I made several videos regarding so-called astronaut Don Pettit, basically the head of mockery when it comes to NASA. I find it very interesting what he says during this interview from a few months back. He basically states the technology to go back to the moon has been destroyed. He'd love to go back in a nanosecond, but that technology does not exist anymore. But then he goes on to talk about going to Mars. Okay, first off, before even showing this video clip with him speaking about, again, this technology, which I find very bizarre, saying it's been destroyed. How was it destroyed? He doesn't go into details how this so-called technology that they used to go to the moon years ago has been destroyed. Let's take a look first off, again, when it comes to mockery in this video clip. Basically, again, mocking his audience, his followers during this presentation. Take a listen to what he says here.
Astronauts are really, really good at making pictures in space that look like you've never left the planet. In fact, it's almost hard-pressed to tell whether you're in space or not in this picture. You know, we've got some fancy backdrops, I guess.
What a strange person this is. You know, basically, again, if you follow my channel and see my previous videos on this so-called astronaut Don Pettit, of course, none of these men have been in space. They're nothing more than basically actors playing a role on the world stage, making the masses, the millions
Yes,
upon
and this
millions
TED
of
Talk
people
is conclusive evidence of that.
believe in space when they
I
never.
wish you'd play the fucking interview and stop running his mouth.
Now I'm going to play the video clip itself with
This
Don
is what
Pettit
all these
again being
videos are like,
interviewed.
by the
Just
way.
very
Some
bizarre
smug
interview.
fucking dude talking over
Not
this
going
shit and
into
never getting to
details
the
how this
goddamn
so-called
point.
technology to go to the moon has been destroyed, and at the very end, I'll point out something very interesting. What he says: people need to read between the lines. Take a listen.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. But going to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons, and then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imaginations.
With that goofy look on his face, he says the only limit to human future is our own imagination. So I find it very interesting. He's not saying it's based on technology, what's feasible based off technology.
Yeah, that's a strange statement to make.
The only thing strange about that statement is he said the word destroyed. Everything else about that is true. We don't have the technology. We're just now getting it back with the, the whole thing that is being done.
We
with
never had this technology.
Okay, whatever. Look, I'm just saying that what he's saying is not untrue, because the stuff that was specifically built to do that is no longer capable. You're not going to take.
There's
this
another
fucking old-ass
interview where
rocket
he
and do that
says that they don't have the data anymore because they copied over it.
Yeah,
what data? The like video from the moon? Is that what you're talking about?
No, the telemetry and all that to get there.
Yeah.
You don't copy over the greatest accomplishment in
So
humankind.
not having I agree with that. That's fucking weird. I'm just saying, like, you don't need that to get to the moon. The telemetry from the flight to the moon.
Have you seen like the moon rover they used back in the moon landing? It's like made out of aluminum foil and shit. It's like you can't even ride it. No one can even ride it.
Yeah, it's great. It's all
at all. Like they put it in the moon.
A golf buggy.
Astronaut Scott Kelly.
Let's see some real astronauts. Like this guy. This is a real astronaut.
Astronaut Scott Kelly says it was easier to adjust to life in space for nearly a year than to get used to gravity again back on Earth. He lived on the International Space Station for 340 days. NASA continues testing him to learn how extended space travel impacts the human body. Kelly posted a Twitter video Monday.
So everything floats, right? Then everything floats, right? So, all right.
Kelly posted a Twitter video Monday writing, "Gravity gets you down." He spoke with Manuel Bojorquez, who is inside the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Manuel, good morning.
Good morning. This is where Scott Kelly trained for that year in space. It is a mock-up.
And that's where they are when you see it allegedly in space.
Of the International Space Station. It's also where we spoke with him about the mission and how he's feeling 1 week after his return to Earth. You seem to be walking a little funny. That's the effects of this, right?
Yeah, my legs are not feeling good.
Astronaut Scott Kelly is still getting used to walking on Earth again. The soreness is just one of the effects of spending nearly a year in zero gravity.
My legs are a little swollen still from the, the fluid
Diabetes
that shifts up to our heads and in space gets now pushed back down into my legs.
Your body's been through some stuff.
Yeah.
And is currently still going
I'll
through
show
it.
you my legs later when the cameras get turned off.
Okay. But just so the viewers know, it's just swollen as all that fluid goes back down there.
Yeah.
What was the toughest part about it?
Yeah, I think it's, for me, it's being away from your loved ones, your friends.
The toughest part about hurtling around the fucking planet at 17,000 miles per hour in a fucking minivan with like 9 other people is what?
It's being away from your loved ones, your friends, your family. A year is not short, but it was very rewarding. It was enjoyable. It was something that I feel privileged to having got to do.
NASA is testing the effects of long-duration space travel for a future mission to Mars, and Kelly came with a huge bonus, an identical twin, astronaut Mark Kelly, who could be studied on Earth to highlight how the time and space impacted Scott.
I do clearly recognize that there's a difference between 159 days, which is my previous flight, and this experience at 340. So, I'm pretty sure they're going to see differences between, me in space for that long and him on Earth. Without question. Ma'am, they are delicious.
But while he wasn't busy with more than 400 experiments, Kelly had fun.
I think it's part of our job.
Had fun.
Our responsibility to do that as the public face of NASA. Anything we can do to get them more excited about.
Okay.
Explain it.
Nah.
How he get that ball of water to float?
Juice crew.
Zero gravity, he said.
Yeah, zero gravity. And by being in a plane that's rapidly descending. And then like they do like rapid descension.
That's a rapidly descending plane there.
Well, it could be on high altitude also. If the plane gets a certain high altitude, you have the same effect as if you was allegedly in space.
Or this could be CGI, but let's just put it like this. This is the least of their worries of the hoax.
I'm gonna go with Juice Crew. I'm gonna go with the Juice Crew.
I'm gonna go with CGI.
The whole thing.
Yeah, this is the least. And then okay, how come his glasses are still on his face?
Juice crew, probably.
How come fucking everything in here ain't full? How come this bag isn't like a bubble instead of like just dulled down and flaccid?
Because the movies, when they make movies about space, it looks so real. So
To get them
it
more
could be CGI.
excited about studying science, math, engineering, technology is something we should be doing.
Kelly posted more than 700 stunning images on social media. The view struck him too.
I'm normally like the tough fighter pilot kind of guy, but not after spending a year in space. I think I'm a little bit more compassionate now.
So it changed you?
I think it does. I think it does change you when you spend all this time removed and detached from Earth, and you follow what's going on Earth, and mostly what the news reports is not good stuff.
You look down below and
yeah, we should be doing better. We can do better. Got this great planet down there. Let's take care of it and let's do a better job.
Let's stop robbing people and
after
You
340
talk to the
days
sun
in
people.
space, Kelly told us one thing
Think
he
about how
is
many
thoroughly
programs they could be funding
enjoying
with this
now is
shit.
being able to sit down for dinner without his fork or his glass floating away. Nora?
We could have so much more violence interrupters.
Yeah, this is
Smash the news report. He cute.
it's just strange with the things they say. Like these are just strange people, man. These
It's a nice deception. It's brilliant. I mean, it's a very good deception. One of the greatest deceptions this world has ever seen. I mean, by your magic spell, all the nations on earth fell. And that's exactly what it did. But this deception started during the time of the Enlightenment in the 1800s. This is where this type of deception started scientifically, where science became more than what it was. It becomes more like hypothetical, built by mathematical equations. So it's a good deception. It works good for the West in a way because it magnifies the West. It makes them. It's kind of like how the pyramid used to be for the Egyptians. It made them the most powerful human beings on earth. Seems like the most intelligent human beings on earth. But the downfall to this dialectic is when did he go into space?
No, he got dropped off StreamYard.
well, it's not a greater deception than the notion that some people are tiptoeing at every fucking step in their fucking existence. Like this Bed and Body, whatever the fuck, or the Bed and Beyond story. I haven't seen it. Have you guys?
I had not seen that one.
No, I haven't heard it.
But I could. But let me guess. Let me guess. Right. Now
Well,
that's the
probably
fucking
looking at
big
them
deception.
wrong, you know.
Social issues, that deception, it's strong, but I mean, but when you have when you have like the Juice Crew that runs the media, it's easy for them to put that deception in front of your face. They can easily hide things. You control
You don't
it.
need a juice crew because people got cell phones, social media now.
Well, that's the downsides of that thing, because no matter how much you try to promote an ethnic group with the spread of information now, it's not going to work.
Yeah, it kind of kneecaps it when some people are like videoing every atrocity that takes place and
Right.
Putting it on World Star and that kind of thing.
With incredible glee.
Yeah, and gliders now, being that the economy is starting to crumble, some of them are starting to break away from the delusional lies that the media is putting on them constantly. Some of them are actually, instead of focusing on football, which the numbers are down, basketball, the numbers are down.
Yeah.
They're starting.
Well, yeah, you're right. You're right about that.
They're starting to say, "Well, wait a minute. My retirement savings might not be around in a few months." You see what
The
I'm
only
saying?
problem with that is they took the vaccine.
Well, that's another
They kind of fucked up on that one. They're a little late.
On that one. Being that their birth rates and everything is already low, you would think they'd be kind of hesitant. But a lot of gliders perpetrate a fraud, because I got a fake vaccine card from a mail carrier of mine, and he's a glider.
Hey, are you vaccinated? If you don't mind me asking.
Me? Yeah, definitely. I mean,
yeah,
not that
me
I really
too.
wanted to be, but
well, me
I didn't
either.
have no choice with my circumstances.
Me either. But I mean, I feel okay.
If
I told my job to shove it.
Yeah, that would have been basically my choice, and just honestly.
Yeah, me too. Me too. But I mean, I take care of my old man. I fucking got my kids. I didn't know what was going on. What the fuck was I supposed to do? If they would have got hot, if my kids would have got hurt because I didn't take the vaccine, I would have never forgave myself.
True.
Like honestly, it wasn't my choice to do it because I wanted to do it or whatever. When I first saw all the stuff about COVID, like early January of that year, I was definitely like isolating from people and shit. By the time the vaccine came around, I'm like, God damn, they're really fucking pushing this shit. I was suspicious of it, and my thoughts on it were like, I'm doing fine. I've been doing fine, so I'm just not gonna do that if I don't have to. And it eventually came to the point where I had to, which sucks. But especially because it was close to the end where people stopped giving a shit about it.
Yeah. Well, I think the way that they put, because I remember I saw Biden, they were promoting, if you take the vaccine, you get like a free beer. And I was like, wait, what?
Is that
very suspicious.
Yeah,
that's why
they would give you trucks and guns and shit down here.
Yeah, they were like,
and donuts.
Yeah, So it was so suspicious, but I took it before all of that weird shit. If I would have saw that, like the beer one, I would have been like, I'm not taking this.
Yeah, that was after me too.
Soon as the vaccines, even before, soon as coronavirus started hitting, they were like selling vaccine cards. The people were saying, "Oh, you're gonna have to get vaccinated." People, oh no, that's not gonna happen. But they were selling fake vaccine cards even before, like it was announced you had to take the vaccines. They're selling them on eBay for $10, bro.
And you go to jail with a
Yeah.
fake vaccine card.
Nah, not at that time. Not at
But
that
you know
time.
what, guys? I gotta be honest. Full disclosure, I am fucking annoyed by those don't get vaccinated or you got vaccinated, you're gonna die people. Like so fucking annoying. Like go
It is
go
Yeah, oh
annoying.
fucking.
yeah,
It's very
I've
annoying.
suffered so much.
Is it me? Is it me? It's fucking like okay,
Yeah,
right.
they're
It's
Anyways,
dying in the
annoying
streets
because
everywhere
it's
constantly,
like
and
it's their
they're
personal
just
choice. It's their personal
right,
choice.
right. Take the vaccine or don't. I don't give a fuck what
yeah,
Yeah,
anybody
nobody
leave
fucking
people
decides.
alone
cares.
about it.
Correct.
Leave people
Yeah, me
alone
neither.
about it.
My mom took it. She had a heart attack.
There's so many
My
people that act
aunt
like,
took
oh,
it.
you
She
took the
fell out.
vaccine. That's like an admission of a fucking massive defect in your personal character. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right, right,
Well, it
exactly.
is a
I
massive
just
error in your ability to commit judgment.
to
Yeah,
to
well,
resist the
it's
juice
been
crew.
so bad for me,
Yeah, your ability
suffered
to
so much
I'm
resist
not
from
the juice crew.
vaccinated.
Who runs the CDC, Wicked?
The juice crew.
Oh, actually, you're right.
You
Who's
Oh
guys,
wow.
running
How?
They also
COVID's
Hey,
run the
response team?
Right, how did I know? How did I know it was the juice crew that ran that shit?
they
you
run
guys who
Who,
the
who
took it, you
they,
deserve a medal.
they run
Yeah,
the
You're brave.
right.
they run the
You
Maybe,
deserve a medal.
maybe I'm not that dumb. Even though my ability to grasp the juice crew's power is, I'm not able to grasp how amazing the juice crew is.
It's
Apparently,
amazing. It's amazing. It's as if an outside spirit put this wicked together. When you start analyzing them from the time of the Romans, because you go back to the Fugger family and you go all the way till now, it's amazing. A regular human beings cannot come up with this type of evil. It's so
they
structured. It's
really are amazing. Like, I will give them that.
brilliant. It's brilliant.
They are brilliant.
I mean, I don't know what's more scary when I see a juice crew walking on the sidewalk, or when I see a brother
No,
who's
no, no.
fucking looks like
Sunman,
he has nothing to
Sunman is
lose.
the king
That's
of that.
surface level, Wicked, because you answer to them. That's how you look at it. You answer to them.
It's also surface level when the sun man shoots you in the face. So
Right, right.
ain't no juice crew ever
Wow,
shot
same
near me.
thing. Wow, it's the same
It's
thing,
not.
isn't it?
It's not really
Same
the same thing,
thing.
actually.
Okay, explain to me how it's the same thing, dude.
Yeah, I was getting your
Please.
head blown off. The same thing as
Yeah,
like the
please
juice crew
explain it to me.
manipulating you.
I'm very curious. Tell me. I
So,
want to know.
Like the juice crew
No, 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 no,
in
no,
that
no.
movie
Fisherman,
here.
please. Please, I want to explain to me how it's the same shit.
You want me to explain it?
Go ahead.
So staging wars based on false premises and having millions of people die is not consequential.
Not to the
That
sun man that's shooting you. I don't think.
you
No.
consider that being the same as fucking living in a society that is not at
Yeah,
war?
it's literally the same. People are dying either way.
Yeah, he's right. He's right. I mean,
Yeah, they both
even when
evil.
you look at the Sunman and the evolution of the Sunman violence, you can see the Juice Crews right behind that. I mean, you go back to the 1960s, you start radicalizing them with the Black Panther, then you start pushing society away from the family structure, and then you pass
Give
rules
give
and laws.
give some people some credit. Give them some credit.
Yeah, you do. Like
You don't need the juice crew
Yeah,
for people
they
to go to war.
embrace it like
no,
very
you don't. You
willingly.
don't.
You
But
don't need the juice crew for people to nations
no,
to go to war
you,
with each
you
other.
you don't. But what you do need the Juice Crew is to take a radical group and push them into the white society where they weren't there before. Like before, you had to actually work yourself to get to these white societies. But when you start introducing things like public housing and busing systems and forcing this
That's
group,
the gliders. That's the fucking gliders.
no, the gliders were against that.
All the
The
gliders
Apparently
in
money,
not.
Congress
the
that
money.
voted for that
Apparently not.
That's all
stuff.
Juice Crew stuff.
Yeah, Juice Crew's the one that pushed that. They were behind that in the 1960s, bro.
So the gliders were just helpless, like a leaf in the wind.
No, if the guy who controls the money, he's able to fund the politicians to push them in a certain way. One thing about gliders will kill their mother for a buck. That's one of their
That's so
personalities,
true.
bro.
That
Gliders
is
hate
true.
their mamas. And they pay.
For the
yeah,
love of
definitely.
money is why they
They'll
came
line
into
they cheering up and shoot them in the back of the
for the
head.
We
for
hate
the
our
lo-
mothers like some people hate their toddlers and the elderly, and
Whites definitely hate their
decrepit
Yeah, I was
and
gonna say,
needy
man.
and
I
disheveled and
saw
people who
some
are
man
down on the
actually
ground and need
feed
to be
a kid
stomped on
to an
their
alligator
head.
last.
He hate when I say shit about them honkies, but he could sit on here and say
No, I
stuff
don't hate
about
it.
black
I'm
folks
just
all day
saying, like,
long.
you know.
But Lord, I say something about the white man. He
Hey,
just
we own the kids
no,
shooting up schools.
cordial.
You got.
But
Let
you
me,
know, we could,
hold on.
for
Let
example,
me let this guy who just came on the panel. Who are you, Chuck
This
Black?
porn bomber?
No,
Yeah.
I'm Snowman, Angry Snowman. Like I said.
Oh, what's up,
Captain
dude?
Dog knows who I am. A lot of
Well,
people do.
what do you want to chime in on?
Well, I came up here because you guys were talking about space, man. That's why I got this picture of the moon as my avatar.
Right. Okay, go ahead.
Because
Close yours.
the point of that picture is that's supposed to have been taken from the surface of the moon when the Apollo 11 was up there. All right. Yet the Earth is actually 81 times bigger than the moon. All right. So therefore, it would stand to reason that there's absolutely no way statistically, there's no probable way, there's no logical way that you could take a picture of the Earth from the moon and it look the same size as the moon from the Earth.
Right, I got you. Great point.
That Earth should be enveloping the entire sky.
Oh wow, yeah, I feel you. That's an excellent point. Yes. But you know, a lot of the stuff they did, they didn't think it through. And once you tell a lie, you have to stick to it, right?
Yep.
Right.
They have to.
And you gotta tell a big lie.
Exactly.
And what's interesting is I grew up in the area where Neil Armstrong was from, where they actually have the Neil Armstrong Air and Space Museum. You can buy moon rocks there too, by the way.
What was that video you about to play?
This one right here.
The other one with the guy with the cap and gown.
But,
I'm gonna get back to that. Let me
they built a museum for the guy, and the guy never went and visited it once, not one time.
Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. It's in Wapakoneta, Ohio. It's called the Neil Armstrong Air and Space Museum. Sits right off Interstate 75, and he never went to the thing.
Yeah, that because
he probably feel bad.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they feel
like he gonna eat him up inside. Some man would be posing.
Yeah, because
and
prior to that, he had a really good
inside
career.
of
He was actually a
autographs.
test pilot for the Air Force.
Yeah, so let me play this video, man.
The crew consisted of Commander Christopher Ferguson, seen here front left, shuttle pilot.
So her chain is floating, her hair is up, and they're of course happy as hell.
Pilot Doug Hurley next to him, and behind them are mission specialists Sandra Magnus and Rex Walheim. And the conspiracy theorists
Why is her hair not flowing? Why is it just like up like gel?
up 2 points of contention with this clip.
Be like airflow.
Sandra Magnus's hair sticking up.
Airflow, okay.
Yeah, like the wind or something.
Which will
But they're inside of all right.
address later on. But the main one is the moment where Chris Ferguson does a backwards roll. The claim is that the astronauts are actually in a studio wearing a wire harness to create the appearance that they're floating, and that when Chris does the backwards roll, firstly, Rex reaches up out of frame to try and grab a wire or something, although there's no evidence to back this up because we can't actually see what he's aiming for because it's out of frame. In fact, STS...
No one smiles like this on Earth. You ever take a picture and you try to get 4 people to smile? No one smiles like that.
Because we can't actually
Maybe it's something in
what he's aiming
space.
for because it's out
Like
of
you say cheese and you're like everyone's like one person.
Maybe it's because they're so far away from sun teams.
That's not true. Some women, some sisters smile.
Yeah, I'll give you that. They're away. Yeah, they don't have to worry about that.
Frame.
They know they're not going to get juked up there.
STS-135 did a tour video of the space station during their mission, and they showed the compartment where this video was shot. And you can see they've got wires and computers stuck all over the place. So it's quite possible that Chris's foot was potentially going to hit something and Rex was just reacting to it. The main contention, though, comes as Chris begins drifting off to the left of the frame, and Doug reaches out to pull him back into frame. And the conspiracy theorists say at that moment, Doug is actually grabbing a wire, which is why his hand gets pulled the way it does. I mean, for starters, if Chris is wearing a wire harness here, as he does the role, you would expect to see his clothes moving around as he does so, but we don't see any of that. Now, when we view a higher quality version of the footage, you can see that Doug actually grabs Chris's pocket with his little finger. So he is actually directly holding Chris. But people argue that the rest of his hand is still acting as though it's
Why
grabbing.
is everybody else doing something to distract you while he's flipping? Why can't everybody just sit there while he's flipping? Why is this guy like looking this way? Why she's doing that? It's just weird.
You can see that Doug actually...
If this is just fucking weird. Whether you believe it or not.
One.
grabs Chris's pocket with his little finger. So he is actually directly holding Chris. But people argue that the rest of his hand is still acting as though it's grabbing a wire.
It is
Now,
grabbing a wire.
We can see that Doug isn't looking over to Chris when he reaches out. He's keeping his eyes looking fairly forward, probably looking at a monitor just off to the side that they're using as a reference for their framing. So he's aiming instinctively to try and grab Chris, meaning he'll just try and grab at Chris's clothing, and this will be tensing all of his fingers. But only his little finger actually catches anything. So that finger will get pulled out, and his whole arm will snag, while the rest of his fingers...
The fact that you got to do all this to explain that.
He bored the
It's a
dog.
giveaway.
Dog
Remain
bored.
family.
Look at the poor dog.
No, but I'm saying it just tells you something's not right. Like this guy should be like, man, fuck y'all, it's real. Like, kiss my ass.
Gripped.
Why is he trying to explain this shit away? Like, and let's look at this. This looks weird.
The appearance that he's grabbing at a wire. People have repeatedly claimed you can see the wire, except you can't. You can see a hand that's behaving similar to it grabbing a wire, but you can't physically see a wire there.
You can see that damn wire.
It's been CG'd out, though. It's been CG'd out.
But that explanation didn't fly with some people who argued, no, Doug Hurley is clearly grabbing a wire. However, a big problem with the idea of there being a wire there is that he's doing a role whilst holding a wired microphone, meaning that if there was a cable attached to his hip, then as his hip comes up and over, the harness wire would tangle with the microphone cable. And yet,
Why is
he
she
finishes
doing
the role.
that right at that moment? Why right at the moment he's doing this,
The people at the back.
guys start doing weird shit like to distract
It's two scenes. It's two scenes at one. That's what they combine two scenes together. The back scenes is a different scene from the front scene. That's what it is.
Microphone.
Now I think they're doing this to like distract your eye away because they know something fishy's going on here. So they know that if you really look at this part, they need you to be like they need all hands on deck to not be on deck. They need you to be watching, while you're watching this.
And you can get some
If there was a
hairspray and stick
cable
the hair
attached
up.
to his hip, then as his hip comes up and over, the harness wire would tangle with the microphone cable. And yet he finishes the roll and the microphone cable is still freely moving around. And the microphone cable is floating, which if it were on Earth, it would be pulling down towards the ground. Well, I mean, maybe the microphone didn't actually have a cable. Maybe it was added in later as CGI. Seems overly complicated, though. Why not just say it was a radio mic so it didn't need a cable? I'd also highlighted that all four...
Because if it was a radio mic, you wouldn't have a cable to float. The cable to float is part of the fucking hoax. Look, the cable's floating.
Astronauts are floating. So all four would need harnesses and cables.
Yeah, like why the fuck would they have this big ass cable with a it makes no sense for them to have a mic with a cable.
Why not? It's probably the simplest way to plug it into
Overdone it.
It's 2023. Why do they need a mic anyway? It's 2023. Why the fuck do they need a mic? Why don't they have the little clip-on mic like we do when we do interviews on
Again,
Earth?
probably because this is the simplest way to affect this. Like
exactly.
it's a simple mic. It has like, with 3.5 millimeter input or whatever. You just plug it into the port there and there you go. You don't have to like Bluetooth.
But there's already a
fuck around with all kind of other shit,
gazillion
wireless.
wires. There's already a gazillion wires everywhere all over the place. Why one more?
Hey, Ock,
which would then
real quick, for all the people that wanted to argue perspective about the first picture, here's a picture of the Earth and the Moon together from that satellite Discover. Explain why the Earth is completely again, enveloping the moon. The moon you shouldn't see that if it's all about perspective like that.
Right.
Be just a pair of cables at the hip, because the moment you try and do a roll, you're still going to rotate fast because of gravity. To have a slow, controlled roll like this requires wires in the upper bar of the body and the legs as well. That's 4 lots of those all together would cause absolute carnage. Someone suggested that the astronauts were maybe shot in 2 pairs separately. So they'd say film Chris and Doug together in front of a green screen, and then film Sandra and Rex afterwards and choreograph their movements to coincide with Chris and Doug's footage. But that would then mean that this wasn't done live, and instead would have had to have gone through extensive amounts of editing to put it all together. There's also no evidence in this footage of separate clips being overlaid. You can see in the shadows the moving on the back wall as Chris does his roll. Now, it seems incredible that editors went into that much detail to render correct lighting and reflections in the
Look
laps.
at that smile. It's just not a natural smile. There's no reason to smile that hard.
I mean, it is a reason.
But nobody thought to edit out Doug grabbing a wire or even just make Chris reshoot the roll so Doug didn't need to grab a harness cable. Another suggestion I saw a few people put forward to explain away the problem of the astronauts' cables all tangling was that maybe it was shot in a 0G plane. Except a 0G plane wouldn't need a harness, so therefore that voids the idea that Doug is grabbing a harness in the first place. The other problem with that idea is that 0G flights only create weightlessness for about 20 seconds. Apollo 13 was shot using 0G flights for their space scenes, but that had to use a lot of regular camera cuts to mask the different takes.
Tom? Really fighting it. Turn the other way, Bill. Work on the circuit breakers. Very low. Coming down. Wow. Wow, great. Okay. Great. Okay, we got it. Great stuff.
This, however, is one shot, one camera angle with no sudden changes of positions of anything that would suggest a cut in the footage, much less there being a cut every 20 seconds. Now, lots of people drew attention to Sandra's hair because it's sticking straight up, and people claim that she's got a ton of hairspray to cause it to stick up and give the impression that she's in space. Now, the fact is, on Earth, gravity would pull the hair down. In weightlessness, the hair will float and sit wherever you put it.
And brush. See how much better the brush makes my hair look? I'm just joking. It still stands up straight. It doesn't matter where you are. It's always going to stand up straight while you're up in space.
So I was doing some digging, and I've actually managed to find the original full broadcast that this video came from. It took place on day 7 of the mission, and this, for me, in its entirety, absolutely destroys any notion of it being faked. We can see at the start of the broadcast, Sandra actually has her hair tied back. Throughout the stream, we can see there are many interactions between all 4 astronauts as well, confirming that they were all together at the same time. Even at one point, Sandra puts the microphone cable straight across the top of Doug's head, so he can't be wearing a harness there, but he's still able to float around. Then about 12 minutes into the broadcast, Sandra removes her hair bobble and moves her hair around, both by shaking her head and playing with it with her hands. There is no way her hair would be able to move freely like this if it was drowned in enough hairspray to stick it up rigid on Earth. The one other thing about the roll clip that I later noticed was that Sandra is wearing a chain around her neck, and you can see it is floating freely too. Now, having astronauts in a harness is one thing, but putting a chain in a harness seems a bit OTT. Some people, unsurprisingly, tried to argue that it was all shot in front of a green screen, and so the chain was CGI. Except if you speak to anyone who has used a green screen, they will tell you a key part of making them work is having them lit evenly.
Now, you want to make sure that this light isn't so bright that you're casting a shadow onto your green screen or blue screen or whatever. However, that would introduce the second type of light you'll need, and that is the lights or light that you will use to actually light up your background. You need to be able to do the best you can to achieve one flat color behind you. A mistake I made was putting a light behind me and shooting it up just at one spot. It created a vignette, which is introducing too many shades of color.
There needs to be a consistent flat lighting to them to be able to accurately mask them out in editing later.
It's just
to show space outside. And in doing so, we see a very dramatic change to the lighting within the cabin. If this was a green screen in a studio, that would play absolute havoc with the colors and the editing. In fact, if you scan through the complete broadcast at speed, you can see there is a steady change to the overall lighting on the walls. And the left port window has a lot of light moving around there with a light source shining through the gaps around the edge. I wonder what that could be.
That's the wall of the pool they're in.
They paid that man to make this video.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the space isn't real. All I'm saying is we've never been there.
Exactly. And we don't understand it the way we claim to.
You know, there's a difference between lower Earth orbit and outer space.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't believe they know as much as they think they claim.
Hi there. I've had a lot of people ask me how I wash my hair and face, and I thought I'd show you how I do it. Let's see. To get started, these are the things I need. A bag of warm water, a little no-rinse shampoo, towel, and my comb.
Why would you do all this? This is very risky for something that's low. Like, there's no reward to you washing your hair. Like, you just thug it out.
And a light skin live in her head right now anyway.
Or shave your head. There you go.
Water, squirting it onto my scalp.
This is risky. Like, what if that water goes into one
You're
of
in
these?
zero gravity.
The ISS isn't in outer space, folks. It's in lower Earth orbit.
Right.
Okay, regardless of where it is, they're floating.
Yeah, why would
Wherever they are, they're fucking floating, right? Why would you do this? And wherever they are, if this thing fucking falls, it's fucking, they're all fucked, right?
I'm trying to figure out how they put the ISS together up there.
Right, but will you agree that if this thing falls out of the sky, they're fucked, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And satellites are supposedly fall out of the sky all the time.
So that
they do because they slow down. The ISS is moving at a speed that's consistent to allow it to stay where it is, you know, in low Earth orbit, like you said.
Right.
I can kind of watch what I'm
But
doing.
all right, Hot Black, just really quickly, is this worth the risk?
I don't know. I don't know anything about this particular aspect of it. Just
saw-
looking at
you
it, it
saw
seemed. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like
gadgets and wires and this is a very they're flying at 17,000 miles per hour. Everybody's floating. Anything floats. Water floats. If
I don't know.
water
Maybe there's a
gets on
phantom overhead
anything-
or some shit. I really don't know how it works.
Okay.
I'm saying I agree with you that maybe that's not my first priority in space, right? If I'm or wherever the fuck this is.
Okay.
Sometimes the water gets away from
Okay, so if that water would have got into one of them wires, wouldn't it set their ass on fire?
I mean, anything. Let's just say anything. Let's not even say that something major goes wrong. Just something that's a pain in the ass that you gotta fix, or you gotta fucking. You don't want anything. You're flying at 17,000 miles an hour. A fucking
Imagine getting
gazillion
out of the
miles.
space station and doing one of them spacewalks, doing 17,000 miles an hour.
Right. Exactly.
Well, if you're standing on the thing doing 17,000 miles an hour, I mean, if you're standing on a car, you know, if you're sitting in a car doing 60 miles an hour, right? I mean,
But what I'm getting at is if you're in a car doing 16,000 miles an hour, you ain't going to climb out the window and try and get on the hood.
right? Because there's air and friction and stuff that will blow you away from the car. But in space, that's not the case. You know, in low Earth orbit, that's not the case.
Oh, right.
You try and catch as much as you can. And I just work the water up.
The
for
chest
what?
said I'm jealous of her hair. I'm not jealous of that lice head or K woman.
But what's the point? Like, what do you gain from this, and like what's being washed? Like where's this like?
Because the
we
bugs
heard-
should be
To the ends
dead.
of my hair.
Presumably, the gain is that she feels better, I guess.
And I take my no rinse shampoo,
Okay, here we go. No, here's the shit. I was waiting for the soap. I didn't.
squirt it
soap.
also on the scalp, just a little bit, and rub it in. Again, kind of working it out to the ends. And sometimes I'll actually take my comb to help work it all the way to the ends.
And I just looked it up. There's
And I like to
atmosphere
take
in
my
low
towel
Earth
while I
orbit,
have
so
the
there is air.
Right, but it's it's
So it's
thin,
you
I
can't
think.
say it's in the vacuum of space.
Not a complete vacuum. I don't know. I'm just saying that like
It says the
it's
atmosphere in
it's
low
not
Earth
the
orbit is
air that's going
comprised of
around your car when you're
96%
going down the
atomic
highway
oxygen.
at 1 Earth atmosphere, dude. It's not the same thing.
But you have open sources for electricity all throughout this contraption. So this water is not like it's going to disappear. This is going to keep flying in this contraption here. So and this is an open wire. This is an open electrical source. Why would you even allow a person to be able to wash their hair?
I agree. You
Well,
should have to like shave your head.
Right.
And here Wikipedia
Oh.
says orbits of satellites that reach altitudes below 300 kilometers or 190 miles decay fast due to atmospheric drag.
Okay, yeah, so that's true, I think. But are they in that part of the atmosphere where the space station is being dragged down to the Earth by drag?
Well, let me look up how high up in the air they say the space
Hold,
station is.
hold on. Let's just focus on this, man, because all that other stuff is their bullshit, so they can get you bogged down in this shit. Let's just look at this.
shampoo in there and just kind of work it. Because without standing under running water, you kind of need to use the towel a little bit to help get some of the dirt out.
What about the soap suds?
I like to follow that by a little more
You could have
water.
had a dry shampoo.
It's called no rinse shampoo, but I think it's best if you use a little water with it.
Oh, no rinse shampoo.
Damn, she's spraying water all over the place now.
Notice you don't see any water floating.
Yeah, well, they already showed us once what happens with the
but not
water.
this time. But she
So-
sprayed a lot this time.
Yeah, but when the first time was enough because it floated. Now our brains will be like, all right, well it floats. You know,
Right.
we got the brain. You know, what I'm saying fuck for the thing.
It actually feels kind of squeaky clean right now.
Hell?
Please.
Think about it.
I'll take the dry part of my towel. We use towels for quite a while here, since we have limited supplies.
Hence that towel being white as snow.
We use them
Exactly.
wisely. There, I think that's pretty good. And now as my hair dries, as the water evaporates from my hair, it
Water evaporates in 0G. I'm just asking. I don't know.
I don't think that gravity has anything to do with it. It has more to do with temperature and relative humidity.
Yes.
Okay.
What if she
air,
comes
and
from
then our
her
air conditioning
period?
system will collect.
The blood will float, man. The blood will be
This so
And as to
man.
where the water goes, isn't it like in her hair?
blood just floating around, man. Ah, fuck. Ran into the fucking blood. Goddamn period blood again. Shit. Another period blood bubble. I mean, like, what the fuck?
That into condensate, and it won't be long. And our water processing system will turn that into drinking water.
Oh God.
At the end, I just do one.
Hold on. What?
Did she say she about to drink that
Into
water?
condensate, and it won't be long. And our water processing system will turn that into drinking water.
Nasty gliders.
At the end, I just do one final comb through to make sure there are no snarls and snags. And while it dries, I like to let it stay free. I don't put it back in a ponytail while it's drying. And
She
that
looks
is
like a
how
troll.
I wash my hair.
Yeah, she looks like one of them dolls.
But why not just like I said?
She's like a troll anyway.
Wipes.
Why not just bald? Like there's so much on the line. Like there's so much at risk, right? You're hurtling around the galaxy at 17,000 miles per hour. All these fucking highly trained, once in like these people are like literally like these astronauts are literally jewels, right? All the engineers up there with them are jewels. They're irreplaceable people, right? Very hard to replace. The why while you're hurtling around the galaxy at 17,000 miles per hour, whether there's drag or anything. Why risk it doing any of this stuff? That's all I'm just saying, man. It's just weird, man.
It seems like having long hair could get caught in stuff too,
to try and convince
instrumentation
more
or
people to
whatever.
believe it.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's just fucking strange. These people are fucking weird.
Kind of smart.
Welcome to Space to Ground. I'm Shaniqua Vereen. This week we have a
Shaniqua for the win.
Okay, so you can't talk about this shit now because you racist. So
Hidden figures here.
you racist now. You racist. Because if you doubt space now, you racist.
With her African studies degree, she's working at NASA.
Underwater basket
duo
weaving.
venturing outside the International Space Station for a spacewalk. While on board, the crew caught some colorful views, and we'll play a little chess. On Friday, NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and United
Now they're traveling at 17,227 miles per hour.
Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Anayati ventured outside of the
And
orbiting
yeah, one of the astronauts is a person of color.
lab for U.S. Spacewalk 86. The duo completed some maintenance work to help prepare for upcoming IROSA installations.
Why did
Why they always fixing on something? Them are some Mexicans.
Well, at least this proves that things do go wrong. Like something goes wrong. Like so, I mean, this is a good part of the hoax.
To the International Space Station. Just like here on Earth, the crew aboard the International Space Station enjoy a little work-life balance. So in their downtime, they get a little creative. Check out what they do for fun. With the help of the flight team on the ground, Expedition 69 had their first ever Space to Ground chess tournament. Flight engineers Frank Rubio, Woody Hoberg, Sultan Anayati.
Yo, they're never in there like, oh fuck.
I know, they don't never look tired or sad.
We've been floating for like 100 days. I've wiped my ass fucking 1,000 times without taking a shower. I
I
haven't
wonder how
taken
many
a
mushrooms
shower.
they ate.
Like yo, fuck, I got a tummy ache.
They ain't had no sex.
You know what they do when they get their hard on? Are they gonna
Hard
put
on floats. It floats. You just be over there like this.
they're gonna bang each other on
They all
space?
float up here, Georgie boy.
Yeah. It's just, and look at thumbs up. Everything's great. Who does this? What the fuck? Who does this? This is not normal.
Under Armour
and Stephen Bowen give a thumbs up after winning the first round of the tournament with mission controllers at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Hoberg is a chess fan and set up the orbiting tournament with mission controllers, with each side having their own chessboard. And
so they're washing their hair, they're having chess tournaments.
This is the whitest thing I've ever heard in my
I was
life.
just about to say, this is so glider.
What constructive are y'all doing out there?
Typically making 1 or 2 moves a day. Our sun has been active as of late, with several geomagnetic storms taking place. And while these space weather events can provide spectacular light shows in the form of auroras here on Earth, does the solar activity pose a risk?
Aurora, oh god, Aurora's a dangerous place, man.
So what do you do when you want to rub one out when you're up there? How's that work?
You gotta have that towel ready because you don't want that floating around.
That's part
You
of what
got
they're
that glider
developing.
woman up there, you know.
Somebody might get pregnant. Shit, man. This shit is strange, man. These people are bizarre, man.
Yeah, it is weird how like they're literally on the precipice of death at any second and they're just fine.
They're not fine though. They're
happy. They're happy.
They're happy. They're calm.
Yeah, they're just very happy people.
There's no
I think
turbulence.
they got them on a lot of drugs.
There's no turbulence. That's one thing. No turbulence.
Nothing. Everything is right, except for they got to go out and fix stuff.
There's no vacuums.
And then they don't look sick. Cause you think you get sick, like not able to take a bath and eat certain foods. Like, shouldn't that mess with your immune system?
Also, nothing unexpected ever happens. You notice that? Like nothing that isn't already in the human lexicon or the NASA, nothing they've ever taught us about doesn't happen. Like they don't get up there and be like, "Oh shit, we thought it was this one way, but actually it's completely different." Everything's exactly how we've been learned.
Commanded by
Oh, the
18th
lady
century
me.
British explorer James Cook, carried the
She got her daddy pants on.
over a 19-year period, a space shuttle with the same name flew to space 25 times. And soon, another spacecraft bearing that name will take
So
humans to
status.
space for the 4th time. The SpaceX Crew 6 astronauts have officially arrived at Kennedy Space Center, where they will hitch a ride to the space station on Crew Dragon.
COVID on the moon.
You'd have to also
Endeavor.
ask yourself a
The Crew 6 mission is scheduled to
Go ahead, man.
If a submarine submerges, how long can it stay underwater without emerging because of air and things of that nature? Now, since this device is much smaller than a submarine, how did it stay 100 days, which is what they said, right? In zero gravity, and without the, you need space, you need machinery to, to keep the air flows and things of that
It's
nature.
not
How did you?
necessarily true. There's a
No?
lot of chemical methods for scrubbing, carbon
And then
dioxide out of the air and creating breathable oxygen.
How do go in weighing one like he weighed this amount, and then he came back on Earth, he still looked the same. Like he ain't skinny or anything.
I mean, actually, weight loss is really common from coming back from space because you get like muscle atrophy and stuff because you're not using them in the same way.
Okay.
Well, they say that you
Launch from
lose
Kennedy.
bone density too because
That
of not
also.
having gravity pull down on you.
Right.
Oh.
Yeah,
early next week and will carry NASA astronauts Steve Bowen and Woody Hoberg, mission commander and pilot
Why does that look
respectively,
like a sperm?
along with United Arab Emirates astronaut Sultan Al Nayati and Roscosmos cosmonaut Andrei Vedyaev.
It's awesome to
Girl,
fly in
what?
space. It's awesome to be a part of the research and the science, but we're also the subjects as well. There's diet studies, there's blood studies, there's just an amazing
How come
number.
none of the men ever have long hair? How come we never find a man with long hair?
Because they probably tell the men they
Because
can't do
they're
that.
men.
But then wouldn't
I
it
got
be
long hair.
easy wouldn't it just be easy to tell the woman you have to wear a
Then you'd have
fucking
gender
Hillary
discrimination.
Clinton? You have to be Hillary Clinton or
And
something.
if
Or
you
Halle
get a
Berry?
sun woman up there, you're gonna tell her she can't have like weave and stuff. Then it's gonna be like the Crown Act.
Who are you
Right.
to assume her gender?
Better ever tell me I can't wear my weave
That
in
also.
space.
Yeah, believe
Don't
me.
do
I
not
know.
assume.
And okay, so now we have apples floating, right? So you got what the fuck? What did you have apples up there for?
There's diet studies.
Why wouldn't you just have like some kind of like pouch?
Some ribs.
Yeah, a pouch. Yeah,
Could you imagine
There's blood studies.
280-pound Michael Strahans in this small contraption?
Yeah, it's just weird. This is
There's just an
strange.
amazing number of genetic studies.
If we go outside EVA, we may actually do some sampling on the outside of the space station.
Well, his name's Woody. His name's Woody.
On the outside of the space station and start trying to characterize any biologic samples that exist outside the space station that is relevant to our planetary protection mission that at NASA we take very seriously as we think forward to exploration.
One very interesting experiment that I'm looking really to see is seeing the heart tissue beating in space. This is a cutting edge technology that one day when we start 3D printing organs, this is really important to see how this.
It's important to see how a heart would beat. Why is that
about
important?
the 3D printing of organs?
What they doing this for? Gliders, y'all got some
It's better
explaining.
than playing chess over radio.
No, but explain. Listen to what he's saying they're doing out there, because they spend $1 gazillion to get up there to do this. Tell me why this is
There's no
important.
connect. There's no connect. He just.
They trying to get away from some people.
Trying to go back to what I'm looking really to see is seeing the heart.
Listen to this. But please explain this to me.
Really to see is seeing the heart tissue beating in space. This is a cutting edge technology that one day when we start 3D printing organs, this is really important to see how the structure is built in microgravity.
Well, okay, so stop. I don't know about all that 3D printing shit, but maybe if there's muscle loss and shit associated with being in orbit for a long time, it might be useful to study the muscle cells and see what happens to them. I don't know, just a guess.
Why did they bust out that 3D
Hot
printer?
Pack is eating it all up.
Yeah,
No,
that was a
no contention.
distraction. That
He's
was a
eating it up.
crazy
No contention.
You said what you say? What you say?
Why did they bust out like $180 printer, bro? What was that about?
Yeah,
man?
like,
Ready to
this
make
is-
I'm
guns?
assuming that's just like B-roll footage or something.
Yo, this is just a strange undertaking to do. Like, for instance, if I let's just say I spent $1,000 to take my family on vacation. When we got on vacation, there will be certain things that we would do because we're there for 4 days. We spend a certain amount of money. We're here, so there's certain things that are on our list that we're going to do while we're here to make going there and spending the money to go there worth the while. Got it? So they spent a gazillion trillion dollars to get up there, and they're going to do what?
Interesting experiment that I'm looking really to see is seeing the heart tissue beating in space. This is a cutting edge technology that one day when we start 3D printing organs, this is really important to see how the structure is built in microgravity.
We study how the space environment affects human beings, how it affects different materials in space, and also we do Earth studies and studies of the space itself.
You can hear
Why would you have
Who's
people up there
videoing
that speak
that
different
footage?
languages?
No, hold on. Who was videoing that footage right there of them panning away from the space station?
Yeah, right there.
A drone.
Why you?
Not the drone, the satellite.
Oh, the satellite. Okay, yeah, right.
hear more from the Crew 6 astronauts directly ahead of
Yeah,
It could have just been a picture that they were like, it might have been they were like phasing from one image to the other. It
Well, then who took
wasn't
the
even any
picture?
evidence that it was a video or anything.
Well, who took the picture then?
I mean, who drew
I
the
don't
map
know,
of the Earth from the year 1300?
It doesn't matter.
of their mission on this week's edition of Houston, We Have a Podcast. You can listen to the episode on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or SoundCloud, or find it on the NASA Johnson Space Center social media channels on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter.
Yeah, that's boring.
Science
I
is
need to find this because I need to help go to sleep, man. I'm gonna listen to this tonight so I get to sleep.
She didn't take them
Science is
hands
continuing
out.
at a quick pace.
Someone in the chat said a camera on a tether.
That's
but
an
you don't see a
exciting
tether anywhere.
podcast for Hot Black.
A
hate
camera
them
on a
hands.
tether. You know how much can go wrong up there if that camera gets tangled up or something. It's just too. They do things that too much could go wrong and nothing ever goes wrong.
Arrival to the space station. This week, astronauts brought seeds that were exposed to the harsh environment of space back into the space station
What harsh environment? Everybody's smiling.
for further
They put
studies.
it outside.
The feasibility study on
Why are not all those cables floating up like
seed
everyone's
irradiation
hair?
in space for induced genetic
like less
diversity and plant mutation breeding investigation exposes seeds of two
Well, why
plant species.
not just put those seeds in zero gravity on some kind of whatever the zero gravity?
I think it's more about their exposure
He's
to
just saying a
radiation.
whole bunch of words.
Like listening
Species
to
to
Kamala Harris
microgravity
talk.
and cosmic radiation inside and outside of the space station for 3 to 7 months. After return to Earth, the seeds are grown and the biology and genome of the plants evaluated. What we learn may advance breeding to develop crop varieties able to withstand increasingly harsh growing environments on
Go
Earth
back a little bit. Did you
created
see
by
that
climate
gold aluminum foil thing that was floating in the sky above it?
That balloon, this came from one of them. Some people.
Yeah, it looked like freaking gold aluminum foil.
Yeah,
what there.
is this?
cosmic radiation inside and outside of the space station for 3 to 7 months. After return to Earth, the seeds are grown.
And what is he looking at?
They have a Mexican working on the seeds.
That's an Asian man.
That's a tiger.
It's a tiger.
Look at everything in this room. Like, it's a lot that could go wrong, unless none of this stuff is important. Unless this is just wires for the fuck of it. Like
protruding wires. Yeah, great.
Man,
great
I'm gonna
idea.
tell you what, those wires are pretty neat, and I've been on Earth and looked inside a wire cabinet that looked nastier than that.
And the biology and genome of the plants evaluated. What we learn may advance breeding to develop crop varieties able to withstand increasingly harsh growing environments on Earth created by climate change.
Notice they said.
And
notice
that's Space to Ground for this week. Thanks for watching. You can stay.
Notice she said breeding crop varieties. Crops grow naturally. So what you're saying is GMO. You see how they did.
Yeah, they're just engineering new food.
Yeah,
By
engineering
far, the most
foods,
common
beans.
question we get asked is astronaut.
Yeah. Look, so this is what we've all been waiting
Here's
to
the
ask.
burning
By
question.
far, the most common question we get asked as astronauts is how do you go to the bathroom in space? So, let's take a peek at the process.
They wear a diaper.
This compartment is called the WHC, a NASA acronym for Waste and Hygiene Compartment, I think. We just know it as WHC. It's
Why do you look
inside
stoned?
this we call the stall, which is a couple of walls and a door that give you some privacy because you're right in the middle of node 3 with a treadmill on one side of the toilet.
Okay, now if y'all don't got no bone density, what's she doing? Ain't her legs hurting?
Well, she's
She's
strapped
actually trying
down.
not to fly off in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, she's
But
strapped
I'm saying,
down.
wouldn't her legs be hurting her if she losing bone density?
Yeah.
Because the other man said his legs, he got leg problem now. Now she run on the legs.
Yeah, but if you don't run, then you continue to lose it, and it hurts even more.
It's gonna lose. She gonna lose anyway.
I think
She doing this for nothing.
I think this is just bizarre. This is more bizarre shit. Like this whole thing.
How big is this spaceship where you can do all that and have your equipment? Well, you need to put equipment when you go outside. You need chemical components to keep the air clean. How big is this spaceship?
Well, why does it always look like they're in a room the size of a shed?
Right.
Node 3 with a treadmill on one side of the toilet. The weight
swear I
machine
just
we
saw a
call
garage
ARED.
door. So it's the total habitable portion of the ISS is 387 cubic meters.
How many is that in feet? Can you give us feet? We're Americans, man. What the fuck are you doing out black? Are you fucking American or you Canadian?
How much did he say? 387 what?
35,000 square feet.
Thank you, man. Shit. The whole thing is 35,000.
That's the size of a decent size, mansion, dude.
Yeah, that's a mansion. Yeah, that's
big.
35,000.
You don't look it though.
But yet we can't find a room no bigger than a shed. There's no
They
dining
like
hall anywhere in
UPS
there.
packages on the side.
Y'all
of
are the
this
ones
man.
asking how is all the shit in here. I'm not the one that was saying that.
Okay, thank you, but thank you for the information.
On the other side, and down in the floor, our awesome window called the cupola.
Where's the jacuzzi?
And this is a high traffic area. People are coming and going. So you need the privacy. First of all, the desire to go, the need to go is very similar.
My bad,
as
y'all.
on
That's
Earth.
the
You
square
just
footage
know
of
you
the
have to go.
panels, the solar panels. I misread what I was looking at.
Oh, so
Come
Yeah, I
on,
was like, that
man.
sounds
You
pretty
need
fucking
a
big.
huge rocket to get that big.
Yeah, 35,000 square feet is like a warehouse, like a big warehouse.
Yeah,
The average apartment's 800 square feet.
Yeah,
exactly. Go ahead, Hot Black. Can you give us the real information, man? Can you redeem yourself? 'Cause we
Yeah,
need
Hot
to
Black,
know.
who do you work for?
Yeah.
Disseminating all this information we need.
Yeah, man. Because I just need to know how big this thing is.
Yeah, this thing's fucking 900 square feet.
Not sure.
Feel any different because the fluid might be floating in your bladder or something? No, that's it. It's just the exact
fluid
same.
would be floating in your bladder, then your tongue would be floating in your mouth, then your heart would be floating in your chest. What the fuck is he talking about? Listen to this shit he just said.
Privacy.
Talking, not making
First
sense,
of all,
but talking.
the desire to go, the need to go is very similar as on Earth, where you just know you have to go. It doesn't feel any different because the fluid might be floating in your bladder or something. No, that's it. It's just the exact same sensation. You know you got to go. Either one, number one or number two. So you've decided that. You float into the WHC.
Quit lying, you ain't floating.
He got to put a seatbelt
How'd
on.
that bag drop back down, man? He bumped it, it went up, and it fell right back down.
Hold on, what?
Okay. Based on the
Look,
habitable area,
that's
it
gravity.
says 572 square feet.
So
Total
small.
habitable
no.
area.
Fuck, man. There's no way.
You
Then
got
how
a
the hell do you
treadmill.
see a little 2-bedroom house that's 250
I'm not
miles
making
up
any
in the
arguments.
air
I'm
from
just
Earth?
saying this is what the
No,
information
that's
says.
fine. That's fine. I mean, I want to know
That's a
what they're
small.
saying.
That's a small apartment, 500 some square feet.
Yeah, that's like a
an
tiny 1-bedroom.
Yeah, I've lived in an apartment that small. Believe
It's
me.
a studio.
Yeah, that's almost a studio.
Yeah, that's an efficiency or studio, and listen, there's a bunch of people up there. You see, everybody smiling. Just their smiles being so wide takes.
I need to see a woman so happy. Women are miserable.
And there's cameras, treadmills, baths, a place for you to
She's
take a
probably
bath.
happy because she's not around any other women.
Yeah, she just getting trains ran on her every other day.
That's what I'm thinking. She must be getting some trains ran on her.
Yeah, float.
Because I couldn't be around a bunch of niggas.
Yeah, they use that treadmill for other things.
Yeah,
Keep your
They
ass
like
from
to
getting
put
away.
their booty in the air a lot to me.
So hold on, but look at this. Look at this though. So this place, think about how a bathroom is. Not even just a public bathroom, but let's just take a public bathroom since this is a public thing. Or anybody's had a roommate, or anybody's lived in a college dorm. Think about how disgusting those
Or
bathrooms.
jail.
Yeah, this place would be.
What does she do when she's on her period? Because them things stink.
What periods?
Yeah, the pads.
Sensation, you know you got to go.
You been
Either
smelling
one,
pads?
number 1 or number 2.
Dude, have you ever cleaned a woman's bathroom before?
When you
I
go
was just joking
outside,
with you, but yeah, I mean, he got a point. So
no, the guys who fix the stuff. Remember, you saw the guys on the outside fixing the stuff. They just take them out and throw them in the fucking.
So what? They just got period pads floating all over in space
Yeah,
now?
they're just period pads all up in the fucking sky.
It's part of the research, I think.
and then they're gonna take the DNA from the blood and it's gonna get in the
Yeah,
wrong
we're
alien
doing
hands.
period blood research in low Earth orbit.
So you've decided that. You float into the WHC.
Look, that's a
And
garage door.
we have the toilet.
Yeah, I ain't fitting on that thing.
You need a
Consists
tank, bro.
of a seat.
Hell no.
No.
Hell no.
Ain't nobody ass fitting on there.
That ain't
Ain't
big
no
enough
black
for one
woman.
cheek, let
A
alone
black
two.
woman ain't fitting on that. Kim Kardashian.
Nah, my
fitting
butt
on
ain't
that.
fit on that. Mm-mm.
You ain't
I'm
got to be
need
right on
tour.
point. You can't
Michael
even see where
Strahan
you're
is
aiming with that.
definitely not fitting on there.
Yeah, Michael Strahan can't fit in here.
Now, well, hold on, explain something
And
to
a
me
metal
though.
bucket.
They got all this
We call it
technology and they
Kateo,
can't get a
which
toilet big
is a
enough for you
Russian
to sit on.
acronym or something.
And he touched it
container or
with all
something.
that balls
And,
skin
but
cells.
it holds about, depending on how many people are here, it holds about maybe 30 deposits. And we'll talk about that in a second. The urine goes into this hose right here.
That's a fire hose.
And this valve is what activates the whole system. Okay, these are the two primary control
So
panels
when she
for
shoved it up
WH.
her, you know what? And
Oh no.
That's too clean, man. So let me tell you. So you put that, you stick your head and your dick in there, and the next guy sticks the head and dick in there.
they just ran a train on it.
Oh God.
Jesus
The urine
Does it suck your
goes
dick in
into
there?
this hose right here.
The thing might get too much
Hey,
use.
you been in there for too long. Hey, who anybody in there?
Fisherman
You been in there
won't
for
wait.
The
so
astronauts are
You
spending a
using
lot
the
of
dick
time in the
vacuum
water
again?
closet.
They was sticking their teeth in something another man's put the thing
Fisherman
in
want
right
that
there.
thing.
do. Hey man, you been in there for an hour, man. I gotta use the bathroom.
The dick vacuum getting too much use.
What
Right?
else
And
is
then
there
like,
to do up there? Goddammit!
Ain't nobody pissing in it.
okay, now here's the thing. What if this break? Do they have a backup dick vacuum up there? like, cause if this breaks, you're fucked. You gotta come back. Like, we gotta come back now. It was the
What
shit
kind of
vacuum.
suction does that thing have on it?
It was the butt
It has
vacuum.
multiple
Is it
levels.
like
You can adjust
rhythmic
the strength.
suction or is it just a steady suction? Does it have settings? Do they get settings?
Does it vibrate?
No, it has.
Why is
Is
there
it-
lipstick on it?
It's kind of like the hospital, like the hospital sections that they have for the patients. Kind of the same thing, but you still need a tank. That again, that's going to increase the size of.
No, but things are floating. It's not just like the one at the hospital because nothing's
Right,
floating at the hospital.
right.
This is completely different.
These particles are going to float.
This is completely different. So, like my thing is okay. So the turd, where's the booty head vacuum? Because you gotta. Because listen, man, pissing,
That's a good point.
We can all just be like, all right, pissing fine. You can put your dick in a bag and just hold the fucking
Oh, you
bag
can shove
around
it
you.
inside you and
Little did
pee.
anybody know
Bunch of
NASA
Walmart
invented
bags
booty
floating
head
around
back
in
in the
space.
60s.
Yeah, I wanted to doo-doo, man.
He like Robert De Niro.
And
The
this
doo-doo
valve
vacuum.
is what activates the whole system. Okay, these are the two primary control panels for the WHC. When the system is ready for use, it's a V. This means
So this thing right here is the most. This is the disgusting, germiest place on the fucking whole ship. The thing you touch and shit while you're fucking in there. Yikes!
it's going
Do
to
they got to
the
go through a whole
UPA.
process of operation just to
So
take a
we
shit?
say, check that it's V to P. All right, now we're on the inside of the
Man,
pipe.
I've gotten older, man.
I'm glad ain't no some people on here.
When I gotta pee, man, I gotta pee, man. Like when I get steps, I'm pulling out before I open the door to the bathroom. As soon as I get in there, if the toilet seat is down, if the toilet seat hood is down, I'm pissing on the fucking thing. Like I got, listen, man. The guy this age, man, when you gotta pee, I'm not saying like you can't hold your pee, but I'm talking about like if you gotta pee, you gotta pee. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta pee. You getting in there, you flaming like you water hose as soon as you cross the threshold of the door. This is a lot of shit. You gotta get in there and punch in all this code and shit. You gotta get. It's a lot, man.
What happens if you put the wrong password in?
Yeah, then you gotta hold it, man.
Close the door so that you have your privacy. You take the funnel. This knob right here activates the whole system. It's very, very
It's in
convenient
Russian too.
because
And this knob has got to be fucking filthy.
it's just one valve operates it all. But should be in the event that you forget how the system operates, or you're brand new here and you just want to double check,
You
in
got a
good NASA
lanyard.
fashion, we have a checklist.
Oh,
Man,
Jesus Christ. Now you got to go
Put
through a safety
lanyard.
checklist before you take a piss?
You got a
Now
clipboard.
practice the 27-step procedure to take a piss.
This is called procedure 2.301.
But everyone's always smiling. Taking a piss is this difficult. Think about of all the things you do in the course of a day. Taking a piss is this difficult, but everybody's always fucking smiling.
The WHC nominal operations cue card. It's got several blocks for operations. So there's two different ways where the pee can go. It can just go into a bucket, which
Man,
is
I
called
bet
a
sneezing
unit.
caused a system failure up there.
Essentially, you're just peeing until that bucket's filled up, and then you have to swap out the bucket. Or you can configure WHC to UPA, a urine processor assembly, and that way the urine is going directly into the system, and that's where we normally keep it. And it's most convenient for the crew members because you're not constantly changing out a tank. So there's a couple blocks to tell you how to make those changes, and some detailed steps if you need to know how exactly to do it. And
have there ever been any
in case
sun
things
people
go
on the space
wrong
station?
with the hardware, not yourself.
Ain't no some man following no fucking step-by-step shit to do this. Some man
Ain't
just
no
gonna
sun man
fucking
going to the space
pee.
station and not coming back and telling everybody it's a lie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
strangle straight head. But he didn't go to the space station, but he went to space.
Yeah.
And we thought of all the different light combinations and the failure modes, and but the bottom line is, if there's a red light, we talk to the ground, and together we figure out the path forward. Okay, back to normal operations. Time to go. You take the valve, and
Why can't you just use like a water bottle or a squirt bottle to give us an idea of how it works? Why not? Like, don't we deserve that for sitting through all this? Don't we deserve you taking a squirt bottle, mimicking urine coming out the fucking penis and into there and showing us how it works? Huh?
Yeah, like
This
poke
is
a little
so
hole
much-
in the cap
water
and
up
squirt
there,
it.
Ock.
Huh?
They only got so much water up there. They got to conserve it.
That's true. It would be kind of a waste.
So what if like
But they were
the
just playing.
pee wouldn't the pee float out the thing? Like what if he stick his thing in there and then like I don't know, he
That's
jump
why
or
it's got a
something.
vacuum, man.
The thing come out and piss go everywhere in his face. I don't know.
Hold on. You mean to tell me they can't just show us? They can't take a fucking eyedropper full of water and squirt it in there and fucking show us it how it works. But they were just playing ping pong with a goddamn
Yeah,
piece of
fair. You
water.
know, that's definitely fair.
And she's washing her fucking hair and shit. Come on, man.
Well, you know how gliders have that hair that smell like the wet
Turn
dog.
on.
Got to get rid of that smell.
You hear the fan noise. Check for airflow.
He
No,
busting all
Show you
type
the
of nuts in
Not
there.
enough there, brother.
airflow.
They got the tissue on deck too.
Suck your
Look how
thing
he
right in
thinking
there.
about it. He thinking about it too.
Okay, that was good. At least he showed us it worked.
Everything flow in the right direction. We've got our
There you go.
simulator.
That's what I want to see. Yeah, show it to me. Yeah.
And
oh, some got loose.
See, that's nasty.
Yo, my stream is like fucking tear gas in the 60s on protesters, yo. It's gonna go everywhere.
Yeah, you got to throw your thing in that thing. Make that work.
ain't gonna lie, man. My shit was fucking.
And then some men things not gonna even fit in there.
Right, exactly, man. Yeah, yo, what? And then after you come out of there, I won't put my thing in that thing. Did you fucking?
Yeah, what if that thing accidentally catches a ball instead of your
They all
fucking
giving each other
wiener?
Yikes!
This place would smell like trash.
That's where
It should be piss all on the walls.
Yo, P, my shit is like. This is a drip. This is like literally like how you like would pee at the end, like when you shaking it out and shit.
That's a bladder infection.
So where does it go after it goes in there? Where do they dispose of it at?
Goes.
They just open up a hatch and just let it go out into
Complete.
space.
You want to be a good crew member, so you make sure that you
wipe
off.
Honkus ain't clean enough.
Oh, the paper towel, okay.
He wasn't even wearing gloves.
Y'all nasty.
The excess. Use a disinfectant wipe occasionally or often.
Maybe sniff it to make sure.
Occasionally. That's why they got the woman up there.
Then you simply turn the valve off. But I want to show you number 2 as well. So I'll leave it running and we'll roll right into that. Okay, when it is
He finna stick it up his booty.
time
for the booty vacuum.
This lever here, and that lifts up the lid. The seat here is about
and yo,
Ox missing that 9 out of 10 times.
yo, nah, listen,
Dude,
man,
you
I
are
ain't got
not
one of
sitting
them
on that.
sneeze. I ain't got one of them sneeze butts. You ever go to like a public bathroom and it look like a motherfucker ass sneezed and shit?
Oh, that's nasty.
Yo,
you got that shotgun shitter?
Yeah, yo, what happens if he comes in here, man, in this bathroom, man? Like
Michael
yo.
Strahan in there.
I have that bathroom looking like Event Horizon.
Yo, I don't listen. I hate those guys, man, because they public bathrooms, man. The sneeze butt guy, man. You should never be able to use the public bathroom, man.
5 or 6 inches in diameter.
5 or 6 inches, because it's not real. Because this is not
putting his damn hand in the turd chute.
not real.
Because he's a glider.
No one ever shitted
That's you know it's not real.
There's no one's ever shitted.
Yeah, no, gliders will stick their hands in anything.
No.
Yes, they
gliders.
will.
No, I know gliders. Gliders ain't doing. Yo, this guy's a fucking astronaut, man.
Okay,
right?
when it is time to go, you flip this lever here, and that lifts up
He ain't an astronaut. He's an
Riders
actor.
are wearing masks, visors, and gloves all over DC in 2021. They were like, they were looking like astronauts.
The seat here is about 5 or 6 inches in diameter.
Touching it
and
all over
there's
the
a-
place.
This
And
gotta
why
be
is it-
fake. Oh my
and why-
god.
Why
There's
does
plastic in there?
But the butt part protrudes though. Like you sitting on
Right.
like a
How do you make a
bowl.
seal on that, dude?
It looks like it's built to be as uncomfortable as
There's
possible.
like a little plastic in there.
Yeah, his hands all the way in there.
What language that
plastic
bag in?
liner.
Right
in
there.
there.
No,
Oh, he's so
No, no, no,
nasty.
no,
He a nasty.
That would
There's a
not work.
plastic
Ugh.
liner in
Because
there.
it's not real. Because it's not real.
That would not work in space. Sorry.
Yeah.
Where
Somebody
They're
said then he'll pick his teeth.
Why this ain't buffed up? Why the bag ain't like floating
Right.
outside of the fucking thing with it?
goes. What I have
The suction's
here
always
is
on.
green beans and mushrooms, and I do not like mushrooms, so I don't mind contributing this piece of food in the
Oh, so
name
he's
of
just gonna throw someone
education.
else's food away that they
So
like.
pretend I ate this yesterday, and now it goes into there. You
See, that thing was
clean
trying to
yourself,
float out. Why ain't that
and the
bag
wipes
lifting up? You're right.
go into
He just
there
stuck
as
a
well.
whole piece of plastic. Won't that
Take
tear the
this red
toilet
tip,
up?
That would tear everything
pull it
up.
off the rim, and depends on how full the container is. This one's about halfway through. We do have a stick, and you
High technology.
What the fuck is this?
A doo-doo stick.
Just covered this shit stick, stick it back over in the corner.
Exactly. So who wiped the stick off?
Oh, there's a constant suction on it. That's why that bag's not coming up.
capacity there. And
Do you see when you put it on, it got sucked down?
ready to go. Close it up. Close the lid. Now you've gone number 1. Number 2, you cleaned yourself up, and it's time to turn the system off. You just take this valve, rotate it to off. The fan spins down. The system checks itself. All the lights go out, and you're done. So congratulations.
And this is
You
why
just
y'all get
used
clown on
the
Black
WHC
Twitter.
for the first time, and you've learned about the process. Hope it's educational, but I don't think it's going to
But
lessen.
Black Twitter hasn't even broached this topic yet.
No.
We will soon.
Okay, great. Salute. I'm out of here, man.
Yeah,
Peace
good
out.
night.
Peace.
Good night.
Later.